Have you ever wondered what happens after your application goes live? You deploy your app, everything looks fine, you just start signing up, and then something breaks. But the problem is you have no idea what broke. Was it the database or was it an API? This is exactly why companies spend billions of dollars every year on monitoring platform tools like Datadog, New Relic, or Sentry. These tools help developers understand what's happening inside their applications in real time. They collect logs, track errors, monitor requests, and alert you before things get out of control. And today in this video, we're going to build our own production-ready monitoring SaaS platform from scratch. A platform which is capable of ingesting thousands of logs, streaming them in real time, searching them instantly, tracking users, and sending alerts when something goes wrong. By the end of this video, we'll have a complete monitoring platform that looks and feels like a real SaaS product. Alright, welcome back to 1 Minute Logs again. Right now we're going to start to work with our users guard. So let's go to our services folder and src folder and this guards folder. Let's create our uses.guard.ts, and inside our uses guard we have to right now add our injectable decorator, since this is a guard, that's why. Then we can say export class uses guard, and it's going to implements our can activate, which is going to return on boolean. So can activate from NestJS common, no first bracket, something like this. Yeah, here we have to add our constructor where we have to inject our Drizzle, DB, and the Redis client, because we're going to use our database. We need our database access in here, and we also need our Redis client access. So let's import all of this and then call it. Yeah, and we also have to import our inject from our NestJS and /common. Yeah, after this it's still giving error, which is very natural because we have to return something. If we say that return, sorry, no, we have to add here a module first. Let's say our sorry, not module, since this is our uses can activate, so we have to call our can activate here, and we have to pass the context, which is going to be the execution context. It's going to return just on promise boolean. You don't need a lot of types like this, exactly. And inside here we can check receive the request, something like this, and then we will have our user ID inside the request. If no user ID, we can return an error from here that unauthorized. You must have to be authorized for passing this uses guard. Then we can say await this dot is hard locked. So for spamming users, which users are spamming with this guard for multiple times, we will lock their account for a certain time. So we just have to create that in here. It's in private modules. We can say private is hard locked. It's going to receive the user ID, which is going to be a string, and it's going to return boolean, and here we can say return await this dot redis dot exist. So we are basically checking with our hard lock redis key. So we're basically using a variable. Just a minute, let me finish, then I'm showing you the variable. If it's matching, then yeah, and this okay. Yeah, I think it's okay. Now a return is giving error. The boolean is private. It should be actually async. Yeah, now we need this hard lock redis key, which we have to create inside our configs index.js, because it's going to be a global value. That's why we can create here something like this, that export const our hard lock Redis key, which is going to receive the user ID and user ID and locked. That's it. So now we can import it, and here we go. Here it's giving also an error schema. No problem. Let's come back here and let's say import everything as schema from our database and schema. Done. That's it. So our hard lock is ready. Now what next? Next, one more thing, very, very important. We have to, like, this uses guard is not going to like do something. I mean, do something means like this uses guard role is just to tell which plan the user is having right now. Is it free user or pro user, or let's say business user, or the starter plan, which plan the user is having, and based on the plan, how many, like, this is just going to check the uses. So we have to store the uses inside our database, like how many logs or the events the users already sent, how many left. So this is just going to take a decision based on the uses, that is the user can again store more events or logs or not. If the user can store more, it will just return true. It will not update the database or do anything. But there is a very important thing in here. It's not going to update any database thing, yeah, but when the user is for the first time, it's a free user, the user is sending log for the first time, then we don't have the user uses inside our database. For that case, we have to create the uses. So that's why here we can say we can create a like private module that get or create uses. So for only the first time user, it's going to create the uses table, and for second time or like next time users, it can just fetch from our database if it's not available in cache then. So here we can say user ID, which is we must need user ID to create uses, and we also need the plan defaults, where we have to receive our events limit for that specific plan, which is going to be number. Yeah, and it's going to return. So promise, we can say promise. It's going to return our cached uses, our cached uses interface. So cached uses is basically a type, simple type. We can add that in here, something like this. We also need another type called cache plan, where we're just going to have our plan tier name. So plan tier, we also have to import this plan tier. It's basically on enum for all of our plans. We can save it in here like this. So plan tier, let me show you again. Plan tier, free, starter, pro, or business, so that you don't mistake the spelling somewhere mistakenly. That's why we're using here enum. Now, one more thing, we're also going to use here the LRU cache. So we are basically adding that in here, that new LRU cache. We need our plan LRU TTL MS, which is going to be actually our variable for storing the, like, it's basically the TTL for storing the uses plan for the user. So for our LRU, it's right now 5 minutes. And for Redis, it's actually going to be 6 minutes, 1 minute extra. And that's it. So we could do one thing. We could cut this and we could add it here. No, cut and add it here. Yeah. Perfect. Now we can come back here again and we can import it. After plan cache, the next cache is the uses cache, because we need both. We need the user plan and the uses. Yeah, that's it. Now here, inside this get or create uses, let's come back inside. Here, we're first going to check the LRU key. And I mean, we're going to check that is the uses for the user ID available in our LRU or not. If cached, then we can simply return it. If not cached, then we have to check it from our Redis key. So uses Redis key. This is also basically on variable, because again we're going to use it in so many places, so that's why we should use this type of thing as like our config variable. Yeah, so here we can add it, the plan Redis key and uses Redis key, something like this, that OML plan, the version and the user ID. We can save it now. We can come back down and we can basically import it. That's it. Yeah, so uses Redis key, basically we're getting our Redis key in here, and then we're checking our Redis, like the uses, if it's available in Redis or not. If it's not undefined, meaning if it's available, then we're expiring it, the events used with this, and we're basically updating our Redis cache. That's what we're doing in here. We're updating the TTL, I guess, from here. Events used. Okay, no, sorry. It means if there is no uses like this, then we're basically adding it to Redis. That's what we're doing. And after that, the most important part, since we added it to Redis, we also have to add it to our database. That's why we're saying await this.db.query dot users table. So users table is a new table. We have to create the users table, and we're checking it from our database. If it's available, very good. If it's not, then we have to create it, something like this. If not available, plan default. So this is also very important. Plan defaults is basically our uses for that specific plan. So again, we can come back our config index.ts, and here we can add our plan defaults. We make sure to add it exactly like this. For the free plan, event limit is 1000, starter it's 10,000, starter 100,000, pro 500,000, and business 1 million. That's it. So now we can come back here and we can import our plan defaults. So if no record, we're basically making here on entry for storing it to our database. We're inserting it, and on conflict, we're doing nothing, and then we're updating our Redis at the same time. Yeah, that's it. This is very important. After this, we also have to check for the events used. So we have to update it with our database, sorry, not database, we have to update it with our Redis. This is the plan. Okay, this is different, this is different, this is the uses and plans are different thing. And then we are returning the entry from here. Now still we have to do one thing which is very important. We have to create our uses table. So let's come back to our database schema.ts, and inside here, inside our database schema.ts, we have to right now add our two table. First one is uses, so we can say pg table uses, and the ID is going to be something like this, then user ID, then events used, events limit. Like, why we're using here big integers? Big integer because the number can be a lot, and we're importing big integer from actually our PostgreSQL core, since we're using PostgreSQL. So yeah, user ID, we need to check that which user uses is this, event used, how many events he already stored, and how many events the limit is. So events and logs, they both are actually same. As per our application, they are actually same. And then created it and updated it. That's it. Very small table. And next one is our plan table. So export const plan pg table plan, and here we can add the ID, the user ID, the name for the plan. This is basically plan name, not the username. Then the Stripe customer ID, the Stripe customer, actually subscription ID, Stripe price ID, and the created at, and our updated at. That's all. We can save it. Plan is ready, users is ready. plant table and users table. Still, we have to do some more work, which we will do after actually some time, which is connected with our billing mechanism. For now, it's fine. We can come back here. We can stop our server. We can say npm run db generate, then db push. It's taking a little time, which is natural. Sometimes it takes time. Basically, it's right now doing network connection with Neon. Also it's saying that alert stable. Okay, so it's actually going to work. It's giving a warning, but that's not any big warning. Sorry. Just a minute. npm run start dave. All right, so it was giving an error because I'm also having some other tables on the current database, but no worries, for you it will not give any error. It will like make the database up to date, and you can see here the users table giving no error. So why then this one is giving error? This is natural. This will give error. It will fix after some time. However, our get or create users module is ready. Now next, what? After this, we can actually come back here again and we can stop the error. Now it's actually very easy to stop the error. So here, if the hard lock is true, I mean if the user is locked, then we have to send an error that your account has been locked. You have exceeded the users limit for your current plan. Please upgrade your 1 minute logs account. Plan to continue uploading. No, to continue yeah, it's actually like true because end of the day you're uploading logs, so fine. After this, we can check back our plan. Now we have, I think, ready this dot resolve plan. No, resolve plan is not ready yet. We have to make this module. We have to pass the user ID in here, and let me fix the error. See, no error now. So resolve plan, let's come back here. After this or before this, let's add our private resolve plan. It's also going to be actually an async module. So resolve plan, I don't think async. No, it needs to be async actually. User ID, which is going to be string, and it's going to receive a promise, which type is going to be the cached plan. Const LRU key plan, and let's pass our user ID in here, and then const cached plan cache dot get LRU key. If it cached, then return the cache. Yeah, otherwise const r key, we need our plan Redis key and the user ID. Let's pass. Then we're getting our r key in here, the Redis key. Then we need to check the Redis plan by using the h get all, and if the Redis plan dot name available, then we're basically normalizing the plant here. Okay, so this is also an helper function, but let me explain this first. We're using a void so that it works in background. It's also kind of like an await, but it's going to work background without like stopping the next step. That's why we're using a void. Then this redis dot expire, we're adding the r key and plan redis ttl second. So for the entry, we have to normalize the plant here name. So we're basically like changing it to our normal name again, because it can happen sometimes you're mistakenly adding on like spelling mistake, and then this will do like serious problem in the system, because let's say this free and this free is same for us but not same for our server, for our database. That's why we're normalizing the plant here all the time, so that like we can avoid those those common mistakes. So this is also on helper function. We can add it in here in our config folder, in our configs index.ts file. Here you can see we're basically checking the lower and raw order to lowercase. We're making it to lowercase, and if object values has plant here, then like return the lower. Otherwise, by default, plant here dot free. Yeah. So we can import it now. We can save it. Now next one. If not available, then const record. We have to check for the plan. So we can say this dot db dot query dot plan dot find first, where the plan, so you can say equals to p dot user id and the user id. So we are basically fetching the logged in user id plan, and we can just specify the named column. So we can say column name and make it true. We don't need other fields. And then we need the plan name. So we can say plan name, normalize plant here, record.name. We need the entry. Then we have to update our Redis database with the name, and we have to expire the plan Redis TTL second, and then we're saying plan cache.set. We're adding this LRQ and entry to our caching again. And if we return the entry, the all error will be gone. I know you're happy now because no error, but it is not any error since we added here promise cached plan. It means if you're not returning the name, it will give us error that, hey, please return something. Please return the name. That's why it was giving error, but in real world, it is not any real error. That's it. We can come back to down here again after plan. Right now we're getting our plan. What next? One important thing in here. I don't know, you noticed this or not. When the user is not having any plan, it can happen the user is not having any plan. We're not creating it into database. Why? Because this users guide is not going to create any plan. And for the free users, we're not storing their plan into our database. If the user is in free plan, it means the user will not have any plan. That's what we're doing in here. I hope you're understanding it. That's why we're not creating, because for free users, we don't want to waste our database storage. That's why we're not storing the plan. Yeah. After plan, we can set this to our request. So request.plan, so that next time we can easily like fetch. I mean, we don't need to like check even the cache. We can just say request.plan. We can check the plan. And the plan defaults. Here we can call our plan defaults. We can pass the plan.name or the plan defaults and plan tier dot free. Yeah, this is the plan defaults. If the user has any plan, very good. Otherwise, free. That was what I was explaining. Then const uses, we need to check our uses now. So this now get or create uses. Now the uses, so we need the uses table because we have to store the uses. That's why even for free users, we have to store it. And then plan defaults. Then the logic, the like if you build the vidmocks with me, the another SaaS, the previous SaaS which I was working with you on the YouTube, then you know this logic. We are basically doing here in comparison that effective uses limit. We are checking the uses dot events limit. If it's more than 0, it's like just filtering. Then uses dot events limit, how much events limit the user has, and plan defaults actually dot event limit. So for the like same plan, what is the events limit? Sorry, if the uses but events limit not available, then plan defaults, which is free events limit. Now the logic, if the uses dot events used is less, sorry, more equals to, no, I think more equals to less equals to then effective uses limit. So effective uses limit, let's say 5,000, and this events uses 4,999. Very good. You can still send one more, but if it's even 5,000, this is 5,000, then you have reached your users quota. Please upgrade your 1-minute logs account plan to upload more events. Yeah, that's what you will get. And then finally, we can actually return that true, which is already in here. And that's it. Our users guide is ready to use. not a big GURD, but this GURD is like, the GURD cannot be big. This is very important. When you are designing a GURD, like make it specific, like work specific. Work specific meanings uses GURD is not for updating the uses. It's just for checking the uses. It's just for saying true or false. The user can upload the event or not, nothing else. And when the user is uploading the event inside our consumer, like since we're working with an event-driven architecture, we have the consumer. After uploading it to database, we can update the cache. And after updating the cache, after a certain time, we can basically run on like a scheduler or node cron, which is going to update our database. That's the best approach in here, but what we can do. Yeah, so our Redis guard is ready. Let's use it now everywhere. We can come back to our logs module and we can copy the uses guard. We can paste it in here and we can say uses guard. So for get logs, for checking the logs, I don't think we need an uses guard here because this is just for checking the log. But for storing logs, definitely we need our uses guard. So let's add that in here. Uses guard. Where is the uses guard? Sorry, uses guard, not use guard. Uses guard. Yeah. Copy this. For stream, we don't need. For get dashboard logs, we don't need the uses guard. Or even we can add because it's just going to like check the plan and everything. But let me see what I'm doing for the production one. And I can like basically do the same thing. So yeah, for the production one, I'm just using it in here because we don't want to block the streaming even if the plan is expired. Exactly. Yeah, so for send logs, you must have to pass this uses guard. That's it. Our uses guard is ready right now. If we come back here in live logs, wait, yeah, here you go. Or live logs. You might be watching here more events right now, but no worries. This is because I added, like, I was testing our system. You can check our ClickHouse database also. We are having actually a lot. We're having 70 rows right now, 70 events or logs, which is fine for now. Now what next? Our users guard is ready. We are basically like collecting the users guard, but we also have to change few things. And the few things inside send logs. So when we are sending the logs from here, you can see we're basically adding here some like some limitation. I don't know, I probably didn't add this in the fast part, but make sure that you're also adding this. It's having on like batch limits. You cannot store any amount of log like you want. Within a certain time, you can store only 100 logs for free plan. So it's basically like we're limiting the user from abusing our system or abusing our backend service. That's what this part is doing. If you're having the source code, you can check it. It's just checking the limits for your plan, and then like if you're sending more than that logs, then too many logs in one batch, you cannot send that. And otherwise we're publishing the logs to our consumer, and right now the next break is basically inside our consumer. So we can go to our next consumer. Here you go. And we have to do work in here. This uses accumulate. So after this uses accumulate in here, we can say that const uses key. We basically need our uses key. We can call here our uses Redis key, and we can pass our user ID, and we can say await Redis dot like increment the uses key events used, and just change it to the transform.length. Yeah, then we have to expire now, so we can again copy the line and we can change it. Then you're gonna expire uses key, and let's add our plan Redis TTL second. Yeah, that's it. After this, very important, we're going to add here Redis dot set like this. So this is basically going to do one thing I'm explaining at first. Let me finish. It's an interesting thing. So here I'm saying OML uses and dirty and the version and actually not slash, it's going to be the user ID. So here we're adding this SAWD, meanings we're basically saying when someone updating, not someone, when our scheduler actually updating our database with this updated uses, then Redis will automatically delete this key. It's basically going to delete the user ID uses after like we're acknowledging it, something like that. And then here after this we have to call our LRU key, where we have to pass the uses and user ID. Yeah, then const cached, we can call uses cache dot gate, we can pass the LRU key, we can save it. So this is the cached. If it's available in cache, then like in our LRU cache, we have to update the LRU cache as well. So LRU key and spread our cached. Then the events used, this is the new one, we need to change it, the cache dot event used plus our transform dot length. That's it. After this we can broadcast our transformed logs. Yeah, that's it. Our work is actually ready in here. Now this line, the complicated one, let's do one thing now. I added this line because we have to use here on a scheduler. So let me create on scheduler with where. So inside our services, we can create a new folder by giving them schedulers, something like this. Inside here, we can say uses db sync.ts. Here we can inject our scheduler. So we can say inject table and export. We're basically making it a module. So we can say export class our uses db sync. Let's add the constructor. Here we need our database and Redis client access. So database and Redis client access, something like this. Our Drizzle DB, then neon HTTP database, then schema. For schema, we're going to import everything as schema from our database and schema. Then after this, the Redis client and Redis. Yeah. Now what next? The next is we're gonna use here cron. So cron is basically coming from our NestJS schedule library. We have to install this library. We can stop our server. We can say npm I this NestJS / schedule. Yeah, we can hit enter and here you go. It's ready to use. Then after this, in the cron right now, in the cron we can say basically it's for 5 minutes, so we can set 5 minutes, actually 4 star, yeah, as I know, 4 minutes. Then we can say async flash, not flash sync, flash uses. Then we can say const processing key, and we have to add here our uses dirty key. So what is the uses dirty key? Now the interesting part is coming. So this uses dirty key is basically our this one. Okay, so we can copy this, we can paste that in here inside this. Yeah, and version, let's import version from our configs. Perfect. And after processing key, here still we have to add the processing and the processing date. So date dot actually D will be capital, date dot now, and we can call it. Yeah, this is our processing key. And then we need our renamed. So renamed, we have to rename this dot redis dot rename. We have to rename this key now. So we can say uses dirty key and this processing key. And if it's catch, any error, then just return null. Actually null. Yeah, that's it. After renaming, we can say if no rename, then just return. Otherwise, we have to check for the user ID is await this dot redis dot s members with this processing key, and we can say let sync users. So it's basically like which users are synced with our database. So by default, it's going to be 0. And we can write here in for loop, because this user ID is basically is an array. This s members is going to return an array. So const user ID of user ID is, and const users await this dot redis dot hget all, and we can call the users redis key in here, and we can pass our user ID. That's it. Now if the users dot events used is not available, then continue. After this, we can say, actually we can update our database after this. So we can say this dot db dot update our users table and set a new value for our users table. So we have to change the events used, which is going to be a number, and users dot events used. So we're basically passing events used. This is number we everyone know, but here we are using this number because Redis is storing it as a string. So that's why we're like transforming it to a number. And same for events limit, we have to transform it to a number. Users dot events limit. Yeah, that's it. And then here we can say where our schema dot users dot user ID is matching with the user ID there. Exactly. And then we can add it with our sync users. So we can basically like increment the sync users with this one. And then later one, we can we can delete our processing key from Redis. Yeah, that's it. That's all about this our users DB sync. So it's basically after 5 minutes. Sorry for the message notification. Yeah, sorry. So yeah, what I was saying that after every 5 minutes, however, we have to actually use this cron inside our like main.ts right now, because it's on scheduler. It's not going to work automatically. No problem. Let's come back to our app module first, and here let's add schedule module dot for root, and inside here we have to actually pass nothing, just like this, and we can save it. And after like this one, I think we're good to go, but still just a minute, let me check the main.js a little. Here all looks good. I think all looks good in here. Yeah, so right now we can start our server again. We can run our server, and after every 5 minutes it's going to basically update our database, this one. Yeah, so our users accumulation is also done. Now what next? Our users is ready, everything is ready. The next one is live logs working, queries working. Next one is alerts, but before that we have to actually work for the billing. And billing is very, very important. We're going to remove this. We're going to just add here another billing card. And billing is also like related to this project. I mean, if you're using it as for your project, then you don't need billing at all. You can just like store logs right now, like the way it's working. And for alerts, yeah, we have to start to work for the alerts and billing. These two things is the only remaining part. Otherwise, everything is ready. So we're right now going to finish the billing, and then we'll finish the alerts. Alerts is a little bit bigger because we have to again make another like consumer. We have to add here basically our another consumer, that alert consumer, and alert will also have another actually no, alert is completely event driven, so we don't need to like add another scheduler for alert. That's why we're using here another consumer, but that's like an upcoming thing, so right now we don't need to worry about that. Right now let's start to work for the billing, and after finishing the billing we can finish the alerts, and then basically our SaaS will be ready to deploy. So let's start the billing part right now. All right, so let's come back to our services folder, and from here in this SRC folder in our modules, in this billing modules, let's create our billing and module.ts, then billing our controller.ts, and billing our service.ts. And next work, let's come back to our billing module. Let me add the boilerplate code base, something like this, but we don't have the billing service and controller, so we can delete that. Otherwise, this is our module code, it's fine. Now for controller, we can actually work later on the controller. We should start to work on our billing service. So let's come back here, and in here we can say inject table from NestJS common, and we're going to use here Stripe. So Stripe, we have to install the Stripe library. Let's come back here, stop our server, and we can say npm I Stripe. Done. And we can import Stripe from Stripe. Yeah. After this, we can add our constructor, and then we can finish it like this and this. Yeah, so Stripe, what it's saying, it's declared, but it's never it's never been used yet. It's okay, no problem, it's just one warning. Inside this constructor, we have to right now inject our database and basically Redis client. So we can say Drizzle DB, Redis client, and Redis. Yeah. And next one, we need our config service. Very, very important. So config service, that's it. Now inside this constructor, actually, we have to load our Stripe secret key. Now for Stripe secret key, you must need a Stripe account. How can you create a Stripe account? It's very simple. Just go to Stripe, dashboardstripe.com, and from here you can create a Stripe account if you're not having it. If you're having it like me, you can just do login. I'm not showing you the login part because I assume you know how can do login to Stripe, but still one very important thing you have to do, let me take it here, then you can understand it. So here, from here, make sure that you are clicking test mode. Okay, after creating a Stripe account, make sure that you're clicking test mode, not sandbox. Very, very important. After clicking test mode, and search for API keys, and after that you will find out your Stripe publishable key and secret key. So just copy that secret key, and then sorry, just a minute, and then come back to our .env. I'm not showing this to you. Let me come back to the example, and then here we have to add our Stripe secret key and the value. So for me, let me add it inside the env because I don't want to show you the Stripe secret key value. It's like a private thing, that's why. But just a minute, my Stripe secret key is in here, and Stripe secret key, yeah, that's it, it's ready. So Stripe secret key, yeah, here you go, all good. Now let me take it back to here again. Yeah, now after Stripe secret key, if it's not available, we can basically return an error that Stripe secret key is not set. Please set your Stripe secret key. Otherwise, we can set this to this.stripe with this new Stripe, and we can pass the Stripe secret key in here. Yeah, and after this, we need our like some private module, we can say one like get current plan. It's not private, it's basically connected with on with on actually endpoint. It's like getting your current plan. Since if you're using our guard, this users guard, naturally you're going to have your plan in here. Like you can see request.plan, the user plan. So we don't need to fetch anything. We can just check it from our like card that request.plan, and we can just return it. That's it. Very simple endpoint. Then after this, we need to start to work for the billing session. So we can say async create billing session. And here we have to pass our user ID, which is going to be string, and the selected plan, which is also going to be string. Then a minute, I did mistake. Yeah. Then const plan, the user plan, we can say selected plan dot to lowercase. So it's for the selected plan. We have to create a billing session for that selected plan. If this dot is paid plan, and we have to pass the plan. So if it's not paid plan, it can happen that the user is trying to like do the billing session with the free plan. So in that case, we cannot like let this happen. So we can add here a simple private module for this that is paid plan. It's going to receive the plan, which is going to be string, and it's going to return plan is paid plan. Yeah, so paid plan is on like type. We can add that in here like this. It's like starter, pro, or business. This is our paid plan. Now after this, here we can basically add this inside here. We can say return if plan equals to starter or plan equals to true or plan equals to business. Yeah, then it's true that it's paid plan. If not in this like starter, pro, or business, then it means it's like not a paid plan. In that case, we're going to like return an error that only paid plan is like we only accept paid plan. Yeah, so we can say choose starter, pro, or business to create a billing session. Exactly. And then we're gonna have our price ID. This is very, very important. We have to create this. And then we need our app URL. For now, let's use basically an like if app URL available in our env, then app URL, otherwise 3001. Now this is also another helper module, basically a private module for getting our Stripe price ID. So we can say private get Stripe price ID. It's going to receive the plan, which type is going to be paid plan. Now we can set here some values that price ID is record paid plan, and string are undefined, and starter it's going to be this dot config service dot get. Here we can say string string and Stripe starter price ID, something like this. Then we need pro, which is going to be this dot config service dot get, same, and string. And here we have to pass our Stripe pro price ID. Exactly. After this, we have to pass the business one, like the Stripe business price ID. Now this all of them are actually environment variable, so we need to set this inside our env. No problem. Let's come back to our Stripe dashboard again. From here, if you check our product catalog, we're not having, so let's create a new product by giving them, let's say, starter it's going to be actually recurring. Yeah, and monthly, and price is going to be $9.99, or like any price which we're giving in here. In description, you can just add anything and you can hit add product. And after hitting add product, you can see starter is in here. You can basically copy this price ID. That's it. You don't have to do anything else. Just copy the price ID, come back to our .env again for the starter price ID, add like that value. Same for the pro, same for the business. Create new product for pro, and same for business with like their pricing. Like for pro, it's $14.99. I guess I forgot it, to be honest. Let me see, $14.99, I guess. 99. Actually, in the UI we have to update it a little bit because we are basically adding some more paid plans in here. So for pro, I think it's $19, or I forgot it. You can just check it from here and you can just add it. And even if you want to change it in the later the pricing, you can definitely also do that from the Stripe dashboard. Yeah, so just create those products, copy the price ID and paste that inside your .env, and that's it. This your setup will be ready to, like, the setup is ready for our billing session. Now if no price ID, then what we can throw on error that missing Stripe price ID for the plan. Yeah, then we can return on price ID. When there is price ID, we have to just return that. Yeah, after the price ID, after getting our price ID, then next step is basically we have to check our customer ID. We need our Stripe customer ID. This is different. So we have to again create another helper function. We can say private. This could be also private because it's not connected with any API. Yeah. No, sorry, I did mistake. While I'm creating, it should be actually outside. Yeah, here, private, ensure Stripe customer, but it's going to be async, and it's going to receive the user ID, which type is going to be string. Now we need the email of the user, so we can get that with our clerk. So we need our get clerk email helper function, not function, it's actually module. And email, here we're gonna pass our user ID. We can copy this. Let's come back here, private async get clerk email. It's also going to receive the user ID, like the clerk user ID. And here we can add on try catch statement. We can say const clerk client and create clerk client. Inside here we have to pass our secret key. We make sure that you're adding your clerk secret key in your backend service, this services.env. Okay, so clerk secret underscore key. That's it. After this, we're gonna have our user, so we can say u and then await clerk client.users.get user, and we have to pass the user ID. Then we need our primary ID for the user, so we can say u.primary email address ID. Next one is the primary email, so const primary, we can say u and email addresses dot find and eid equals to our primary ID. That should be the logic. Yeah, so this is our basically the primary email, and then after this we can return the primary email address. If it's available, then u.email addresses, the first index, then dot email address or undefined. Yeah, if it's catch any error, we can return undefined. That's it. Now after this, we're basically getting our clerk email ID. If there is no email, then missing user email. Otherwise, we can check from our database. We can say this.db.query .plan .find first. Here we're gonna find with our, basically we can say EQ and the p.user ID and the user ID. If it's matching, then give us that record. And we need our, we don't need the all columns, we can say columns. We need our name and the stripe, actually stripe customer ID. Yeah, we just need these two fields. After this, I mean, if it's available inside our database, then we don't need to definitely again check from the clerk. We can have our Stripe customer like ID. And otherwise, we have to check our Stripe customer, and if it's not available in our database, like for the first time users definitely were not having it inside our database, in those cases we can just like check our Stripe customer by the email. So we can come back here again and we can say private asyncs and find Stripe customer by email. We can pass here email and string, which type is going to be. Then we can say const customers await this dot stripe dot customers dot list, and we can pass the email and limit, which is going to be 1. That's it. Then we can return our customers data and the first index, which is the like customer email. Yeah, so after Stripe customer, we're getting our Stripe customer in here. After this step, we have to check for the current plan actually. Yeah, current plan, and we can use our that helper function again, that normalize plan here, and we can pass our record dot name. If our Stripe customer available, the Stripe customer ID, then we can return the customer ID, which is going to be Stripe customer dot ID and the current plan. Yeah, that's it. Otherwise, we have to create a new customer. So we can say customer await this dot stripe dot customers dot create, and we have to pass the user email, and in metadata we have to pass the user ID. That's it. And then we can return our customer ID, which is going to be customer dot ID and the current plan. There you go, it's done. That's it. So next step, after ensuring the Stripe customer, we're basically getting our Stripe customer. After this, we're good to go. We can right now create on session. We can say session await this dot stripe dot checkout dot sessions dot create. So you're basically creating on checkout session. The payment mode is going to be subscription. The customer, we're going to pass the customer ID in here, and client reference ID, which is going to be the user ID. The line items, we have to pass here the price ID and the quantity, which is going to be 1. And after this, we can pass the metadata, which is going to have our user ID and plan. We have to send it because we need this user ID and plan for the webhook. Like when you're receiving a webhook, we need these two things to process the update plan. Like when we're trying to update the plan for the logged in user or for the like paid user, we must need this user ID and plan to update it. And then we can have here our metadata. We can pass the user ID and plan. That's it. Our subscription data. And finally, we must need the success URL. Like after the payment is successful, where we have to return. So we can say app URL / settings checkout and success, and plan is going to be the like the plan for what the user is paid for. Same for cancel URL. So app URL / settings checkout and canceled. That's it. We don't need to send any plan or anything like that. It's for the cancel URL. Yeah. Now if our session URL is not available, then there is something wrong. So we can say that Stripe did not return the checkout URL. Otherwise, we can return the URL provided by Stripe. So we can say session.url. That's it. We can save it. After this, we can create another endpoint or API endpoint module for creating the portal sessions. It's like basically for managing the billing from Stripe dashboard. So we also need here a Stripe, our user ID, and we're gonna check. We need our customer ID and current plan, so which we can get from this insert Stripe customer ID, and then we're gonna check it if the user plan is free. If the plan is free, then free plan users do not have a Stripe billing portal yet because they're not subscribed to any billing plan, so that's why they don't need the wait, what happened? Yeah, they don't need. No. Yeah, so now it's correct. We can say const app URL. So yeah, what I was saying that for the free users, they don't need access to our managed billing. This didn't pay anything, so why they need the managed billing option? That's why. Otherwise, we need our app URL in here now. So app URL, and after this, we need to create another session basically for the billing portal. So we can say await this.stripe.billingportal.sessions.create. We can pass the customer. We have to pass the customer ID, and the return URL is going to be app URL / settings. Yeah. And then we can just return the URL, that session.url. Cool. Very good to go now. After this, we need another endpoint or API endpoint that is getting all of our invoices. However, we're not having the invoices table yet. We're going to create it now. So we can say const invoices await this.dv select. We're going to select some fields, but after that we can say from our schema we have to import at the beginning. So we can say import schema from our / database and schema, import schema, import everything as schema. Yeah, that's it. We can come back down, and here we can say schema dot our payment invoices, so which is not available yet, but no worries. We're going to create it now. Let's come back to our database and schema.js. Here we can say export const payment invoices and PostgreSQL table. I hate this suggestion. I don't want suggestion. The VS Code suggestion. Payment invoices, and inside here we need our like the normal ID, the random ID. Then we need user ID, which user payment invoice is this. We need a Stripe customer ID, and we need our subscription ID. Then we need our invoice ID, the status of the invoice, the currency, the amount due, amount paid. Both of them are going to be in a big integer because it can happen that the amount number is bigger. That's why it's always better for like when it's an like number amount, you should use big integer for this type of field, like amount due or amount paid, not paid, amount paid. For hosted invoice URL, it's basically the invoice URL, then invoice PDF URL, and the period start, it's for the subscription, the period end. Then after this, we need our created ad and updated ad. Yeah, that's it already. So let me show you slowly so you can follow this accordingly. Yeah, yeah. After this, we need actually, I don't think we need any more fields. We just need, we need on more table, and that's for alerts. So let me create it right now so that we don't need to come in the future again. So we can say export const alerts, pg table and alerts. Yeah, and here we can basically add our UUID first, the generated unique ID, user ID, which user is having the alert name, and the most important field is our conditions, like the logic, because you're basically going to add on I think PostgreSQL core. Yeah, all good. So yeah, so basically this is like on JSON B, like JSON, I think JSON B meanings, I forgot it was the meaning of JSON B. JSON B, JSON B. Disgusting. So it's a PostgreSQL data type for that stored JSON documents into a, okay, so it's basically a decomposed binary format. So it's like very good for adding like a big amount of data, since the conditions is going to have a big JSON. That's why we're basically doing it, which is very good for like storing a big amount of data. So yeah, here it's going to have the field, like which field, then the operator, like greater than or less than or like equals to, and then the value. Yeah, and then we need our threshold count, which is going to be integer, and we also need our threshold windows minute. It's like how many you can send alerts within this window minutes. Let's say within 5 minutes you can send just only one alert if it the same like the problem is happening. I mean, sorry, I explained it a little wrong. Threshold count meanings, it's basically the number you're saying. Let's say if you're saying that if this error is coming more than five times within 5 minutes, then send me an alert. So this threshold count is like that's the 5. I hope you're understanding it. And webhook URL, where we have to send the error, like the alert message, then cooldown period, because when it's matching, we cannot send alert again and again, again and again. There is going to be a cooldown period time. Then the summary of the alert, then the status right now, and app name, and last triggered, which app is causing this alert, the last trigger time, then created at and updated it. Yeah, we can save this. We can come back here and we can say npm run db generate. That's it. We can again start our server. However, you must have to write npm run db push as well. I didn't write it because this same database is already synced with the schema of the production one, so that's why I don't have to write the same code again because it's already synced up. I don't need that. Here I can write now use schema.use, as you can see. So actually don't need uses. I need our we need our payment invoice. Now here we can say dot where our schema dot payment invoices dot user id is matching with our logged in user id there. And we have to change the orders by, so we can say order by. We're gonna follow the descending, and schema dot payment invoices dot created at. So it's basically like the new invoices is going to be always first of the array. That's what this line means actually. Now we have to see select some fields from here, like ID. We need our Stripe customer ID, the status of the payment, we need the currency, we need the amount due number, the amount paid, the hosted invoice URL, the invoice PDF, the period start, period end, and the invoice creation time. That's all we need, and we can save it. So when we're adding all of this, which fields then we're ignoring, you can check it with fields. I think there are some options as well which we're ignoring, or even we could do one thing. I think we're adding most of the fields, we don't need any of these, so we can just select. Yeah, that's also fine. After this, we can return the invoices. Yeah, done. Then next one, we can do it later. For now, let's come back to our front end and let's at least do something like redirect our users to the payment page, and then we can work with basically the webhook. And when we're going to work with the webhook, we have to like store the invoices, we have to update the plan, we have to create like uses table, so everything we have to do at that time. So yeah, not uses table, I think, because uses table uses table is automatically getting created from our this uses guard. You can already see it in here, so we don't need that. But for now, let's come back to the front end. One thing is missing yet, that is our controller. Let's finish it. It's going to be very small. Controller, let's add our billing controller class and call our billing service. Then we need on get endpoint for getting the current plan, and use guards. We need our auth guard and uses guard both, and import request from NestJS common. After this, we need our invoices, so we can add this get, and we're going to get the invoices. The next one, the most important one, for creating our payment session or the billing session. And another one is for our portal access, the manage billing. Yeah, that's it for now. It's good enough. We can come back to our billing module, and we can right now add our billing controller and billing service. Yeah, and finally we can come back to our app module. We can add our billing module. There you go, all good. Close everything, come back to our apps main dashboard, app, and the settings page. Yeah, right now we have to do work in here, so let's go. All right, so from here, first task, our first task is we have to update this plan details because this is older one. And we're actually updating our plan details a little bit. First here, let's add a new field called description. And we also need on CTA, the call to action, that start free. And in features, we're having right now level and included or not, like that mark. So level is like 10,000 events for the free plan, included true, retention 7 days. Then search your production events, full SDK, active alerts, not, webhook events, not, email support, not. And logs limit here, basically we can say actually events or logs, both of them are basically same. For the starter, everything is okay. We need description here and CTA as well. Then for the features, and also we need another like badge, like popular true. Then for the features, it's basically going to be almost similar. Just 100,000 events, 30-day retention, 5 active alerts, webhook notifications, email support, and full SDK access. Logs limit, which is basically 100,000 events per month. For Pro, the pricing is going to be a little bit different now. It's actually going to be $24.99. And description is going to be for growing products with real customers. CTA is going to be choose Pro. And for the features, we're going to change it. It's not going to be 1 million logs. It's going to be 500,000, 60-day retention, 12 active alerts and webhook notification, email support, full SDK access, and logs limit not 1 million. It's going to be 500. 500k events. Yeah. For enterprise, it's going to be actually business, not enterprise. We have to change this name and we can call it business. And price is going to be $49.99. Description, we're gonna add on description like this. Then CTA, that choose business, and the features array, something like this. Yeah. Then logs limit is going to be on million events for a month. Yeah. Now after this, we need on plan key, something like this, that type of plan details. And we need on helper function, that is plan key or not. Then we need our current plan access, which is going to be something like this, current plan. So current plan is already in there. We just need to delete that. And for the selected plan, then for the selected plan, it's basically going to be, I think, empty array, or we don't need the selected plan anymore at this moment. Yeah, actually we don't need this anymore. Let's come back to down here, and in the current plan we are going to change it. So current plan, we are saying plan data, but we don't have access in plan data. So for now we can say for the current plan that it's only free. Yeah, current plan details, this is fine. And that's it. Now the UI is giving some error, which is very natural. We have to actually update few things from here. So let's come back to down. In here, just like delete this div completely. And wait, here it was basically the current plan features. No, we don't need to delete it. It's all good. But 1 minute, it's basically, yeah, we don't need this actually. We can delete. And here, change plan. Here, we can remove this select because we're going to have our another div. And still there are some other errors. So for button, we also don't need this button, so we can delete it as well. Yeah. And for uses, I don't think we need the uses as well, so we can just delete all of them because we're basically changing it to a card right now. So yeah, current plan free and change plan, yeah, all good now. So here, I think we have to change it, the tab's content when it's billing. Here it's good. And from here, we have to delete everything actually. And here we can say, if our current plan is not free, then only add this button in here. The button is basically going to show us that manage billing. Yeah, and with credit card icon here. Otherwise for now here, let's add null because we're gonna add another logic. Yeah. Then after this, we can add another div with class name greet calls 1, gap is going to be 4 from LG, greet calls 2, and from XL screen greet calls 3. Actually I think 4 will match better. Yeah. And then here we can say objects. So object dot entries, we're gonna pass the plan details as an array, and inside we can say key of our plan details, then type of plan details, then the key of and type of plan details. Yeah, and then finally here we can add on map something like this, that plan key and plan, and we can return it. Here we can say const our is current plan, the plan key and the current plan. If it's matching, then that's the current plan. Same goes for the is popular. So something like this, that, sorry, let me finish. It looks a crazy level messy, and still the error is here because we have to return something, and then no error. Now here for the is popular, here we are saying plan data. However, we don't have the plan data yet. We can basically add the plan data. Let's add it. We already do have the API, so we should basically add it in here. It's very, very important. So plan data is basically going to fetch the data for us, like the current plan for the user. So here we can say data, which name we can give it plan data, and is loading. We can add here use query. We can call the current plan response. And inside here we can add our query key, the query function, and this type, we have to create this type. It's basically going to be very small, so let me add it in here. We also need some other type for our billing session response, then for our billing portal session response, and our actually that's it, just one more, and that is for our payment invoice. Very, very important. And then the last one is the payment invoice response. Yeah, that's all. We can come back here now. The query function, in our query function, we can right now add we need first our like authentication token. So we can use it from get token Clark NestJS. Then we can send the API request to this endpoint, and here you can see we're sending a fetch request to our billing and invoices. sorry, I did a small mistake here, not invoices. The endpoint is wrong. It should be billing and current. Yeah. If response okay is false, it means something is wrong. Otherwise, we can return the response.json. And here, enabled if is loaded is true and the is signed in is true. So is signed in, we have to take it from this use user. Yeah. Still there is on error, which is fine. But here you can see it's done, it's ready. So now if we come back here, we can fix this error. In this return, we have to add something. So for now, let's add something like this. And since we're having the plan data, we can change this our like current plan. So for the current plan, we can say that our is plan key, and we can pass the plan data dot plan. If it's available, then plan data dot plan, otherwise free. Yeah, that's it. We can come back to here again, and after is popular in here, we need our is the user plan is free or not. So we can say plan key, if it's free, then it's free. And then we need another state, another variable actually, that is the creating the session. So for now, we don't need that. That's basically connected with our mutation, and we're going to create that after some time. And here, let me add on first bracket, and for the div, let's add our plan key as the index. For the class name, here we have to add class name like this. You can just read it by yourself. And then style for the border color. If it's the popular one, then this one, otherwise this tokens.border. Yeah. Then we can add here on more div and another div with class name like this. Then inside here, we can add on div, finish it. So if it's popular, then this text, otherwise this text. We can add our plan name in here. So when I'm saving it, you can see it's already looking different, and it's looking actually beautiful. After this, we need to check that is popular. If it's popular, then we can add the popular mark. However, no one is saying it's popular, so plan data by plan if it's free. Yeah, and let me check plan data.plan if it's free. Popular in plan and plan data popular, otherwise false. So plan data, it should work here. Let me check again the popular true. Okay, fine. We're gonna check it later. It's not a big issue. We can check it later. Let's make it dynamic. Now after this line, we need another div, something like this. Now inside here, we can add our plan price, something like this. Then the like monthly price. So you can see the styling, and here you go. After this, we can add the description. So I think I did some small mistake. This div is basically this one. Yeah. And we don't have any another div like this. We're having it, but okay, let's create another div in here like this. Now let's see. Oh, something is wrong. Great. Call this one. This is the thing which I don't like regarding CSS. I think I found the mistake. So here, this flex, where's the flex? Okay, I forgot this big class name in here. Before this one, what is this? Rounded, and after the tabs, yeah, that's fine. But here, this is also fine. We need here another div like this. Okay, and we can finish that basically here. Yeah, so first fix, not fully fixed yet. Let's see again. So this is the space y4, and it's basically adding everything together. Yeah, space y4, and here all good. But here, let me check again. I hate this styling things. Okay, I found another problem in here where we're not finishing the div in here. So we have to basically add here another div, just an empty div, something like this. So this solution done. For the manage billing, we have to add here styling, which I forgot completely, something like this. You can see slowly. Yeah, so manage billing. So that fixing done. Now the main part which is not working yet is this is inside our grid. So let's check inside our grid what's wrong here. And grid calls 1, gaf 4, grid calls 2, grid calls 4, all good. Inside here, this is our div, all good. And this is another div. Where this div is finishing here, then is popular. I think I found another mistake. Here, there should be on more div, should be ending. Then after this, there is a paragraph. Yeah, and here should be one div. Yeah. Okay, finally. So I don't like this because of this reason. I don't like CSS because if you somehow like miss on small thing, it will just look very weird, and you have to wait for a long, I mean, you have to search it through what's wrong. You have to like inspect everything and do it by yourself. But yeah, finally we're here. Everything is working. Now we can start the next part. After description, what next? After description, we can come inside this div, and inside this div we need our like the features map, so we can set plan our the features and map. And here we have to add our div with key the feature dot label. The class name is going to be something like this. Yeah, so we're saying the included, then this text color, otherwise this text color, and like the normal styling that flex items entering gap 3. Inside here we have to add another span, and the class name is going to be a little bigger. Let me show you, something like this. So features included, and is popular than this color, otherwise this color. You can read slowly. Even if you hover it, you can see the value. If you're having the Tailwind IntelliSense and IntelliSense extension in your VS Code, then you can just check it out. Just hover it, you'll get the value for those CSS classes. Here, features included, then check, otherwise X icon. So something like this. Yeah. Then after this, we can add the level for the feature. Yeah. Magic. You can see these are not available and all of them, these availables. After this, we need our another button. This is basically the main button. So button, here we can add on class name, something like this. And disabled, we have to make it disabled if the is current plan or is free plan or is loading. Yeah, for now that's fine. And after doing on click, for now we don't need to do anything because we're right now just making the UI part, that's why. Otherwise, here we can say that plan dot cta. Yeah, we can save it, and here we go, start free or get started or choose pro or choose business. Perfect. So everything here ready now, except one thing. When we're clicking here, nothing is happening. So since our API is also ready, we're going to fix it now. And however, one thing is not working, that is popular. This line is not working. And why not working? We're going to check it now. The is popular is why not working. So plan data dot plan, if it equals to free, then boolean popular in plan and plan popular, otherwise false. For other things, it's actually like, let me check one thing. When we're fetching our plan data, is it working or not? No, current is working. You can see plan starter. All right, so plan is starter. That's why I think it's not showing. The user plan is already starter. That's why it's not showing anything, because it's not free user. I already like subscribed to a plan from the production version. Is this the reason? I guess it can be the reason, because if you read the logic again, that we're saying, sorry, not here, in here, that plan data is free only, then otherwise we don't need that. So here, if we add it opposite, you can see the popular is here, but since we're already subscribed, we don't need to see the popular mark here again. Okay, no problem. Let's make our billing session mutation now. So we can come back here, and here we can say const create our billing session and use mutation. Here we can write the mutation function, an async function. We're going to exclude the plan key and free. Yeah. Then for the token, we can fetch the token in here, and then we can write our API code. So fetch, and this is the endpoint. We're gonna send on post request because the endpoint is post endpoint. And headers, we have to pass our authorization. The bearer token. Yeah. And content type, which is going to be application/JSON. Yeah. And we can pass the body in here, the JSON.stringify and plan. We can save it. Here we can say if the response.ok is not true, then const error await response.json.catch. No, yeah. Otherwise, we can throw a new error. We can pass the error message in here, or failed to create the billing session. Yeah. Otherwise, we can return the response.json. Sorry, actually outside. Yeah, as our billing session response. Now on success, when it's success, since we're using like CanStack query, it's very easy for us. So on success, I did a small mistake here. URL. Now inside here we can say window.location.href. So we're basically going to redirect the user to that link. Yeah. If it catch any error on error, we're gonna pass the error message. So something like this. So let's import toast from our sooner library. Yeah, toast from sooner. Exactly. We don't need this select components or anything like that. We can just delete all of them. You can save it. After on error, we don't need anything else. We can copy the create billing session now, and we can come back here inside this. After this is free plan, we need another variable. It's basically going to return a boolean that is creating the session. So create billing session dot is pending and create billing session dot variables matching with our plan key. Then it's going to be like the disabled. The button is going to be disabled. So we can come here. After is loading, we can add this and we can add create billing session then is pending. And for this line, we have to basically, we need it in here. After we need first in one click, so we can say on click if is free plan, then return. Otherwise, our create billing session dot mutate, we're gonna pass the plan key in here. Then inside this we can say is creating this session, then generating payment link. Otherwise, is current plan or is loaded true, then current plan, otherwise loading, otherwise this our plan.cta. Plan.cta, what's wrong? Actually, we don't need this second bracket since already we're inside the second bracket, that's why. Yep. Now if we hit this choose pro, you can see generating payment link, and let me see if there's anything wrong. It will tell us. I think there is something wrong. Let's check. No. Then why it's taking unlimited time? Did we do any mistake? Let's check one thing. So create billing session, we're saying we're sending it to billing. Is our endpoint is only billing? billing. Yeah, our endpoint is actually on the billing. What's about our bearer token? All good. No, it's working, you can see. So it was taking some long time, I don't know. It can happen sometimes for networking reason, it takes some times. But yeah, it's redirecting us to our checkout link. Let me show you again. So hit choose Pro. Actually, let me give one reload. Yeah, and hit choose Pro. Oh, very slow. No, now it's here. Yeah, you can see it's actually redirecting us. Even it's saying Vidmox Pro because I was basically using another product ID, that's why. But it's actually working. Everything is working. But if we do the payment, it's not going to activate this Pro plan for this user. The reason is the user, like we still have to set up the webhook endpoint and then everything will work. So we're going to do that right now. First, let's do one thing, an important thing, which I forgot. That is we have to go back to our sidebar component again. So let's come back in our layout and dashboard sidebar. From here, we can fetch our user plan. We can basically like add the same code base from here. And we can paste it in here. We can import the use query from Transtack React Query. For the type, let's copy this and come back here and paste it. Sorry for my voice. And get token from clerk NestJS backend, and then here we're getting the plan data and is loading. So basically we can come back to our like the normal text that free, and we can change it to the dynamic value. So free is here. The plan is going to be plan data dot plan or free. So for here, for style, even for our styling, we can pass here plan data dot plan. Yeah. And we actually don't need this plan anymore then actually. Yeah, we can delete that. And here we're also having business now. So let's add styling for the business. We're basically changing the styling a little bit. So let me add that all of them in here. Now after this, here we can say is loading. If it's true, then dot dot dot, meaning it's loading. Otherwise plan data dot plan. So we can save it. Still there is one error. What's the error? Okay, is signed in. So we can basically take it from here. That's it. All ready. We're good to go. You can see saying starter because the plan is starter. When you're giving on reload, dot dot dot, then starter. Perfect. And the next one is we have to set up the webhook from our backend. And then after that, we can start to work. So before starting, let me do one thing. We have to go back. Actually, nothing. Let's just write this Stripe login and press enter. And basically like allow the access. I already have the access, so I don't need that. I can just write Stripe listen forward to our AT API slash v1 slash billing and our webhook. Then copy this API signing, our signing secret, and make sure that you are coming back to our services env again, and here you are adding our Stripe webhook secret key. So it's basically going to be something like this: Stripe webhook and secret, not secret key. Okay, then you can paste it like this, or you must have to copy your signing secret. Yeah, otherwise it's basically like it changes every time when I'm restarting it. So we make sure that you're copying your one. Yeah, that's it. Now after this, what next? Let me check my Stripe webhook secret. Yeah, all done. So the next, as I said earlier, we have to come back to our services, source, modules, billing, and again the billing service. And after this, get invoices. We have to do the next work, which is setting up our webhook. All right, so here we can say async and our handle Stripe webhook, and here we can receive the signature from Stripe. So signature, which is going to be string or undefined, and raw body, which is going to be buffer. Yeah. After this, we need our Stripe the webhook secret value, so we can receive that in here like this. If there is no webhook secret, we can return an error that you must need on webhook secret. I mean, for our admin or for the developer, we can say that webhook secret is not set. Like if mistakenly somehow the value is not available in our .env, then if no signature, then missing the Stripe signature. Then we can add our Stripe event in here. We can add on try catch statement. Then inside here we can say event, and we can pass our this dot stripe dot webhooks, then dot construct event. We have to pass the raw event, sorry, actually raw body, not raw event, then the signature and the webhook secret to verify basically the request. If it's catch any error, then we can throw the error message, the invalid signature for the Stripe request. Yeah. After this, we can add on switch case statement. So switch event type. If our event type is checkout dot session and completed, if it's checkout session completed, then we can call our another helper function for activating the plan from this checkout session. Otherwise, let's finish, then we're going to create it. If the case is the customer subscription created, or even the case is customer subscription updated, then we have to call our await this dot activate the plan, actually this one same, from subscription, and we're gonna pass our event dot data dot object as our stripe dot subscription. Yeah, then we can break the logic in here. Yeah, if the case is our invoice created, or even if the case is our invoice finalized, or if the case is invoice payment failed, or if the case is invoice voided, then await this dot save invoice. We can pass our event dot data dot object as our stripe dot invoice. Yeah, then we can break. Then if our case is invoice paid, then or even if the case is invoice payment succeed. Yeah, succeeded. Then in that case, here we're gonna call the invoice. We basically need the invoice, so we can say event.data.object as our stripe.invoice, and we can call our this.save invoice, and we have to pass the invoice in here. That's it. Otherwise, next one we have to again call our activate plan from invoice, and we have to pass the invoice, and we have to break it in here. Yeah. Oh, disgusting. Yeah, sorry, it was correct actually. Okay, and otherwise default, let's break for rest of the events. Yeah, then return received true. Yep. Now let's start the helper function, the helper module. So private async our the activate plan from checkout session. It's going to receive the session, which type is going to be stripe dot checkout dot session. Yeah, and we can say const session data session as any. Now we need our user ID, which we're having in session dot client client reference ID actually, since we pass it as our client reference ID, that's why. Session dot metadata, otherwise inside we also have it inside our metadata, so metadata and then user ID. Yeah, then we need our stripe price ID, very very important. We have to save it, so we can say session data, so basically from here session data. Yeah, and then we need our plan. We have to use this resolve paid plan basically on private like helper module, so we can say private resolve paid plan. It's going to pass the raw plan, which is going to be string, or it can be null as well, and the stripe price ID, this is also going to be string. We can say const plan. We can call or normalize plan here, and we can pass the raw plan. If the plan is not matching with our plan here dot free, then return the plan. Sorry, not true, return the plan. Otherwise return this dot get plan from price ID, another helper function actually, helper module. And this one, it's going to be actually another private module, so let's create it in here, private get plan from price ID, which is going to receive the stripe price ID, going to be string. If no stripe price ID, then return the plan tier dot free. So we are returning it because in that case we're basically having our users and everything inside that, and we can update our database accordingly based on this same value from here. That's why we're basically doing it, which is very very important. It's all connected with our config file right now, because if we change from one place, it's going to change the full application. Now we need price ID to plan actually, price ID to plan. It's going to be string and plan here. Inside here we can say this dot our get stripe price ID starter, and otherwise the plan tier dot starter. Yeah, same here, this dot get stripe price ID, and here it's going to be pro plan tier dot pro, and this dot get stripe price ID and business, and plan tier dot business. Then we can return this price ID to plan, and we can pass the Stripe price ID or the plan tier dot free. Yeah, we're good to go now. Let's come back here down again, and after this plan, where's the errors are coming from? Oh yeah, we have to create all of them. Yeah, but yeah, we're in our plan now. So the next thing we have to do in here, after the plan, we're getting the plan. We can basically say that const plan, this is result plan, here this is fine, but activate plan from invoice. Actually, yeah, let's come back here, and we can write in logic in here that if user ID or plan, if it's matching with our plan tier dot free, then we can return it. Otherwise, we need our Stripe customer ID, which is going to be something like this, and Stripe subscription ID, which is going to be something like this. And then we can right now call our this dot activate our plan, activate our paid plan. So this is different. So activate paid plan. We have to pass our user ID, the plan, the Stripe customer ID, Stripe subscription ID, and Stripe price ID. Yeah, let's create our activate paid plan. So we can come back here and we can say private async activate paid plan. It's going to receive all of these, and for the type, it's all going to be basically string. Inside here we need our current date, so we can say now, and then we need the plan defaults. Let's import, and then we can update this, so we can say update plan sources, another helper function. I know you're getting crazy now because we're doing it, because then like it just like a shortcut, you don't have to like write the code, same code for so many times. That's why we're basically doing this. We're breaking our this module into multiple private module, which is a good practice. And here we're also receiving the user ID, plan, Stripe customer ID, Stripe subscription ID, and everything, and all of them are also going to be string except the updated at, which is going to be on date. Yeah, now we're going to update our cache first. So we need to update our LRU cache for the plan, for the user plan, and the Redis key. Then we can change our plan key, sorry, plan cache with this new value, and we can expire our, we can set on basically on TTL for our Redis key for this plan Redis key. Then finally we have to store it into DB. So this .db.insert, we're inserting it inside our plan table. So dot values, here we can add our user ID, name, Stripe customer ID, Stripe subscription ID, price ID, created at, and updated at. Yeah, and on conflict do nothing, so we can say on conflict, yeah, correct spelling. On conflict actually do update, not do nothing. Here we're going to target our schema, plan, and user ID, and set the new value. So set the new plan, the new Stripe customer ID if it's having, then Stripe subscription ID, the price item updated at. Yeah, it's ready actually. We can come back here again. So from here, what next? We still have to make some other internal helper. So like on this, that update the uses sources. Yeah. Here it's going to receive the user ID, the events limit, and updated at and sorry, user ID, events limit, and updated at. The type is going to be something like this: string, number, and date. Now we have to update again our uses. So previously we were updating the plan. Now we have to update our uses from the database and from the cache as well. We need the current uses first. We can check it from our cache. Then if it's not available in our cache, then we're going to check it from our database. So same code in here. If current users available, then fine. Otherwise, basically we're checking it. It's basically for the query purpose. db.query.uses find first from our uses table. The events used, we need that table. And finally, we can add here events used, something like this. If the available event used in the current users in cache, then add that, otherwise from our record. Then finally, we can update it with a new users cache. And then we're basically updating this limit, not the used, okay? Because users is still same, but we're just changing the limit for the user because he just upgraded the plan probably, or downgrade the plan. So in those cases, we have to update the events limit. That's what we're doing in here. And let's set on TTL for the plan Redis, for this Redis key. And then finally, we have to update it from our database, something like this. Yeah, that's it. Now next one we need for saving our invoice. So private async save invoice, we can call here invoice, which is going to be Stripe and invoice type. We're going to receive here our Stripe invoice ID. If it's not available, then return. Otherwise, we're getting our invoice data in here. And invoice data, sorry, why I'm adding two same things for twice. We need our Stripe customer ID. And which is going to be something like this: type of invoice.customer if it's string, then invoice.customer, otherwise invoice.customer.id. Yeah, we also need our subscription ID, which is going to be something like this: the type of invoice data subscription if it's string, then the subscription, otherwise the subscription ID, or the subscription details subscription. So basically I copied most of this basically from the Stripe documentation. You don't have to worry about these values. It's basically the Stripe SDK, they're providing all of this to us. Then next we need our get user ID for invoice. We basically need the user ID for the invoice. If no user ID, we can return it, and we have to actually make this. So let's make this. It's going to be very small private module. So private async. You might be thinking why we're writing a lot of code. The reason is we're actually doing a lot of work here. That's why we're writing a lot of code. We're not just handling the payment, we're also handling the invoices. User can download the PDF and everything. Then we're like updating our uses and plan. So we're doing a lot of work. That's why a lot code base in here. Stripe subscription ID, which is also going to be string as well. Yeah. Inside here, we need our invoice data first. So something like this. Then we need our user ID, which we're getting from our the invoice method user ID. If it's available, very good. If it's not available, then we have to check it from our database. something like this. If Stripe customer subscription ID available, then we're checking it from our database table, from our basically the plan table. Yeah, and plan table means our this table, the plan table. In here you can see the plan table. And if plan.user ID is available, then we're returning that plan user ID from here. Otherwise, we're checking it from Stripe customer ID, and we're returning the plan user ID. So it's basically like this. If the Stripe customer ID available, then we're checking it from our basically the plan table again. And this one was for subscription ID, so we need both from here. Yeah. That's it. We need some small helper function, like from Unix. It's basically for the invoices, and is the plan is paid. Sorry, we also already have it. That's it. And one more for resolving the paid plan, but I guess we're having it. Yeah, we're having it. That's everything. Now what left still? So the left part is our activate plan from checkout session. What it's saying, this is giving an error. It's saying subscription is not assignable to session. So let me check. Stripe, it's actually not subscription created. It should be stripe.subscription. Here it's wrong. That's why it should be activate plan from subscription. That's why. Yeah, it's different. So we're gonna create this one and the activate plan from invoice. It's saying property does not exist on. Okay, yeah, these two we have to create now one by one. So first of all, the private async our activate plan from subscription, which is going to receive the subscription, and we can check our subscription data from subscription. We can check back the user ID, the Stripe price ID, the plan, and then finally we can say that if the user ID is not available or plan tier is free, then we're returning it. Otherwise, we're checking for the Stripe customer ID, and then we are activating the paid plan for the user. Yeah, now only one thing is left. That is our, sorry, here it is, the activate plan from invoice. So no problem, let's finish it. Private async activate plan from invoice. We can say invoice, which is going to be Stripe dot invoice, and here we're going to receive the invoice data, the Stripe customer ID and subscription ID. It's basically the similar, the Stripe price ID, and we have to resolve the plan from our metadata. Yeah, so we are basically getting it from here, the invoice metadata plan, or in subscription details metadata plan, or in sometimes in this parent, but usually like in here we're already getting it, and these are for just for like supporting value. And we also have to pass the Stripe price ID in here. After this, we need our user ID, so we can call the helper function. Now you can see the benefit of calling for creating all of this. We're right now, like currently we're going to use all of them actually one by one, and then we can call our activate the paid plan for this user. Yeah, that's it, all ready right now. You can see no error, no problem, and our billing service is actually done right now. I know it was not small, and it should not be small because there are so many things we're doing in here. Next work, we have to add our webhook endpoint import our headers from nest common. Yeah, and we can save it. If we come back here, no error. And right now you will see the magic. So let's come back here, hit choose pro. It's right now going to redirect us to here, and let's try with on testing cert that 42424242. Let's type testing cert and like this, and I'm just writing my name and I'm hitting processing. I didn't hit process. I hit pay button. However, it's done, and you can see our webhook is working. What it's saying. It should be up to date now. No, there's something wrong. Why? Ooh, 1 minute. It didn't work, I guess. Yeah, so it got 400 error. Payment intent succeed, but it got 400. There's something wrong for sure. Let me see what's wrong. 400 meanings it find out the endpoint, but one thing I have to check, is it rejecting because of the core policy course error? Makes sense. Yeah, it can. The reason is we need to add the raw body to true in here, otherwise Stripe cannot send request. Not only for Stripe, no one can send request actually. I mean, even our webhook where we're basically going to use it, and they also cannot send request. Here it's getting an error. We have to call here nest express application, the type, and we have to import it from our this NestJS platform express. Now you can see no error. Yeah, all makes sense. And yep, that's all good for now. But where we are adding our, and one more thing, be make sure that you are adding these lines here, like create logs table. Oh, sorry, it's already here. Init NestStream. Yeah, and also our start workers. It's basically for our, okay, so it's basically for the scheduler. Makes sense. Not for scheduler, it's basically for our all like the event driven architecture. Yeah, so in infra here we can create our start worker .ts file, and we can paste this code base. Sorry, we don't have the alert consumer yet, so just this start logs consumer, and we can save it, and we can come back here and we can import it. Yeah, that's all we have to do. After this, we don't need this line anymore. Yeah, and all good. Enable course here, everything fine. We just have to add a global filter now, that our body parser exception filter. So it's also coming from our filters and body parser exceptions filters. It's basically a new filters. We can create this inside our source folder. It's for filtering some request. Okay, filters and body parser exception dot filter dot ts. Yeah, we need our interface, sorry, type for body parser error. We need to import these few things from NestJS/common. Now let's start our class. Something like this. Then here we can catch like the exception type. If it's entity too large, then we can like return the error. It's basically for providing us on like when the request type, when the JSON is too long, so like too big. It can happen sometimes that the size is actually too large. In that cases, it's not going to stop our server. It's just going to return on simple error message instead of stopping our server. That's what this filter is going to do. In that case, here we can add this. Yeah, so it's actually ready. You can slowly see it. We can come back here now. And we can basically save it. All ready, all good. I think right now if we try, then everything should work. So let's come back here. Again, try to make the payment. Four two four two four two. Oh no. And for the name, you can say anything and subscribe. Let's see our webhook endpoint now. Yeah, 201. You can see it's got succeed, and here we go. Current plan is basically pro now, so it's working. Wow, everything is working. Even if we come here in plan, here we go, pro. Great. And manage billing, if we click here, nothing is happening. No worry. Let's make the rest of the part dynamic in our front end. Since we're having everything now, we can just make everything dynamic easily. Let's come back to our main dashboard, app, and settings. And from here, let's make these few things dynamic. All right, so now first task is we have to fetch our invoices data. So we can say data, and we can give this name to invoices data. And for is loading, we can say is loading invoices. Yeah, and we can call here use query. And we can pass the payment invoices response. Inside here, we have to pass our query key, which is going to be the payment invoice, the query function. We have to pass the token. And then we have to send on fetch request to the endpoint in our billing and invoices. If the response is not okay, then throw the error, otherwise return our response. Yeah, that's it. Enabled only if the is loaded is true, and boolean our is signed in. Actually signed in already boolean. I don't know why then I added this. Okay, fine, keep it, no problem. After this, we're basically getting our invoices data. One more mutation we need, so let me add that quickly, because after this our basically all the work will be done except making it dynamic. So after this we'll basically make it dynamic, but we need our create billing session. Sorry, why I'm saying not billing session, it's create portal session. Yeah, portal session, and use mutation. So let's add our mutation function in here. Something like this. So same thing we're doing basically, just the endpoint is different and this method is different. And also definitely here we're not even sending any like body or any fields, just like sending the token, because that's enough for getting access to the portal. and return response JSON. Yeah, after one success, we're gonna redirect the user to that URL. If it catch any error, then just show us the error message. That's it. All done. Now let's make the invoices per dynamic. So in here, in the invoices, scroll down, invoice ID and everything in here, invoices. Basically here, let me do one thing. We can cut all of this and we can say if our is loading invoice is true, then on table row, on table cell, and we can say loading invoices. Otherwise, we can paste that same thing again, but this time let's add on fragment. Yeah, we can paste everything, and here in this table cell, call span is going to be 5, class name h24, text center. That's it. That's all. We can save it now. We can come back here, and it's still saying that no invoice is available because invoices is basically still empty. We have to say invoices data dot invoices or an empty array. It can return some errors, but no, it didn't. Wow, great. Okay, fine, but still we have to change in here, especially these values, like here in here invoices.length, sorry, here invoice.id. Fine, here it should be stripe invoice, then underscore ID, and here we can delete and we can call our format invoice date. This is on helper function small, and then format our invoice amount and then the invoice, and otherwise all good. Here download PDF, it's going to be a little different for the on click. So first, for the disabled, if there is no invoice dot invoice PDF, and if the invoice doesn't have any hosted invoice URL, yeah, in that case. Otherwise, one click const URL. Here we can say invoice dot invoice underscore PDF or invoice dot hosted invoice underscore URL. Yeah, that's it. Now, if there is URL, then we have to open that. So if URL, then window.open URL blank and no opener dot no refer. So it's basically going to download the file, and that's what we want. Yeah, that's it. Now let's make this helper function. So let's go to the top, and here after this we can say function format invoice date. It's going to receive the invoice, which type is payment invoice, and date, we're basically getting it from invoice created at. If no date, then return in not available or not applicable. Both of them are correct. Then last one we need for our invoice amount helper function. Here at first it's going to receive the amount. I mean, we need the amount for the invoice amount, then we need the currency, and then we can return it like this. Yeah, we can save it. We can come back here. We can see loading invoices. Here you go, invoice ID, the date, the amount, and the status, and the actions. You can hit download PDF, and you can see that it's really the invoice. and it's perfect. Yeah, that's it for the invoice ID. Invoice ID here. Invoice ID, I think we can slice it to 0 to 8. That's fine. Yeah, and then we can add dot 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 sum. So it's basically here. Yeah, makes sense. Now you can see it looks actually perfect. Invoice ID, the date, the amount, the status, and in actions, everything. So everything is actually working. Even if we hit this manage billing, I know it's not working, but no problem. Manage billing. Let's make it dynamic. So manage billing. Here we go. So here, let's add an on click. It's going to call our create billing, create portal session dot mutate. Yeah, when it's creating, then opening Stripe, otherwise manage billing. Now if we come back here, opening Stripe, and here you go, it's redirecting us to managing the billing. You can see from here, you can check everything. You can check your payment methods. You can check every information from here. You can even cancel the subscription. So everything is perfectly working in billing. The next task is inside alerts. So we can basically start to work for alerts because that's the only leftover things right now. Alert is the interesting part because we are also making here on webhook like mechanism and so many interesting things. So yeah, we can start to work for alerts now. All right, so let's come back to our services folder again, and in this SRC folder, in this modules folder, we can create our new modules by giving them alert. Inside here, we can create our alert module.ts, alert service.ts, and alert controller.ts. Yeah. Now inside our alert service, we can start to work first in alert module. We can just like paste the boilerplate. So let's copy this from billing module, paste it to here, change this billing module to alert module. We don't need billing controller and billing service in here, so we can delete, we can save. Here you go. This is ready. Now let's come back to our alert service. Here at first we need on like type for our create alert payload. So for creating an alert, this is going to be the payload name, app name, condition, like the alert condition where there should be a field, operator, and value, the threshold, count, and window minutes, the webhook URL, the cooldown period, and the summary. These are going to be the fields. After this, we need on allocate fields. Like you cannot add any fields you want. So these are the allocate fields like type, message, importance, environment, service, subsystem, or operation. And alloy operators. We're currently supporting only equals or does not equals, these two operators. Same for our important values. It can be critical, high, medium, or low. And for the webhook verification TTL, we can say it's basically going to be 50 minutes. Yeah. Now we can create our alert service. We can use our injectable decorator from NestJS common. This we can inject our Drizzle DB, our Redis client, and the config service. Yeah. Now we can create our first module, which is for creating alerts. We can say create alert. Here we're going to receive the user plan, the user ID, which is going to be string, and the payload, which is also going to be the create alert payload. Yeah. Then after this here, if the user plan is free, then you cannot basically create alerts. So we can say, we can throw an error in here that alerts are not included in the user plan, like free plan. Upgrade your plan to start setting up alerts. Yeah. After this, we have to check how many alerts the user is currently having, because based on the user plan, we're limiting the alerts. So we have to import count from Drizzle ORM from alerts field equals to from Drizzle ORM. Yeah. So we are basically checking the limit. So that's what we're calling here count. So in this result, currently we're having our alerts count. So we can say our alerts count basically inside result.value. Now, if the user plan equals to starter, then we can say if the alert count is actually more than 5 or more or equals to 5, then you cannot basically create more alerts. You have reached the 5 alerts limit for your plan. Upgrade your plan to create more alerts. And after this, we can say if the user plan is pro, and if the alert counts is more than or equals to, more than or equals to the 12, then actually you cannot create more alerts. Now for business plan, you can, if it's like 20, then you cannot create more. You have reached your limit. And that's the last option. That's why we're not saying that upgrade your plan, because business is the last limit. So 20 alerts, that's literally crazy. And I don't think no one is going to create that many alerts. But yeah, 20 is enough. No one need more alert actually. So validate create alert payload. Right now we have to create. We have to currently check the payload. Is it matching with our data structure? So this is basically like on form validation. So this is on helper private module. So we can say private, this validate create payload. It's going to receive the payload, which type is going to be the create alert payload. Yeah. Inside here, we can say if no payload or type of the payload is not object, then definitely it's not matching. We can say then that alert payload is required. Yeah. Next one, we're right now going to check everything. First, the name field cannot be empty. So we're saying we're trimming it. So we're checking even if it's like an empty space, that not accepted. You must have to give a name for your alert. Same goes for our app name. You also must have to give an app name. The condition, it needs to be an array. It cannot be simple, just like an object. So it must need to be an array. That's why we're checking it from here. And it cannot be even 0. Yeah, at least on condition is required. Yeah. Now here we can write on for loop. So we can say for const condition of the payload dot conditions, because it's basically an array and we have to check inside. Now, if the alert field dot has this condition field, if it does not have, then we have to return this error, that unsupported alert field. Now, same for our operators. So just write the logic that if the alert operation does not have this conditions.operator, then unsupported alert operator. Same goes for the value. It also cannot be empty. So if the value is empty, then condition value is required. Now for the importance also must need to match with our these values like critical, high, medium, or low. If it does not have inside this this array, then since this is on set, so if it's not having the condition.value, then importance must need to be critical, high, medium, or low. You cannot add anything you want. So yeah, that's it. Now we can say if there is no number dot is integer, so it's basically the payload threshold count. If it's not an integer, if it's not a number, or the payload dot threshold dot count is actually less than 1, then there is something wrong for sure, right? So then in that case, we can throw an error that threshold count must need to be at least 1. Yeah. Next one is for our threshold window time. So it also must need to be more than 1 minute. So basically this one is basically the minute, and this is the threshold amount, which is also need to be minimum 1. Now for the webhook URL, it's also required. So if it's not available, then webhook URL is required. Now one more thing, we also have to check our like webhook URL, is this a real valid URL or not? If it's not valid, then we're basically saying webhook URL must need to be a valid URL. Now we also have to check for our cooldown period trim, like the cooldown period time, which is also required, and the summary, which is also required. So these are the fields, all of them are basically required. So this is our form validation, it's ready. We can come back here now again, and after this, after our validating our form, what next? We need to check back our webhook URL. Yeah. So payload.webhook.url.string, remove all the space, and const webhook verification key. This dot get webhook verification key. So this is very, very important. So, and then we have to pass the user ID and webhook URL inside this. Now, what is this webhook verification key? So it's basically we are turning this webhook verification key into a, like, we're just like creating an encrypted value. That's it. For now, that's what you have to understand. Then later on, I'll explain it because right now it's not finished yet. So here created this private module. We're going to receive this user ID, which is going to be string, and the webhook URL, which is also going to be string. Inside here, we have to create our webhook digest version, and we need to basically import crypto. So here we can say import crypto from crypto. Yeah. Then after this, we can basically return our the like key name, which is going to be OML webhook and verified. Then we have to pass the user ID. Yeah. So like it's unique. And also the webhook digest, I forgot it. Yeah, that's it. We can right now save it. We can come back here again. Here we're getting our webhook verification key. After the webhook verification key, the next step is we have to right now verify the webhook. So sorry, we have to check the verified webhook. All right, so this is for checking that is this webhook verified or not. Okay, so we can say this.res.get and webhook verification key. If it's not verified, this was basically another step. If it's not verified, then this. Actually, I don't think we should use this. I mean, to be honest, let me be honest here. I'm using it in the production that you must have to verify your webhook. But for this version, I don't think you should add it, since this is, I mean, you don't need to add this version. Okay, here basically, let me explain what it's doing. So here we are saying that if you're verifying your webhook, then only you can create an alert. If you're not verifying your webhook endpoint, you cannot create alert. For verifying the webhook, you have to send a request to that endpoint which you are giving in here. But for this version, I don't think we need to add it, so we can just delete it. We don't need any of these actually for now. For now, we don't need, so we can delete this verification key. Yeah. After this, then we don't need to do anything. We can create the alert. So we can say created alert await this.db.insert. We can pass the alerts dot values inside here. We have to store the user ID, the name, which is going to be payload.name.trim, then the app name, then the conditions, something like this, then the threshold count and the threshold window minutes and webhook URL, cooldown period, and summary. Yeah, and then we have to return it. So we can say returning, and we don't need to return it manually again. Yeah, that's it. After this, I think this is good enough. Yeah, this is good enough. We can just return this created alert, this one. Yeah, for now it's fine. We don't need advanced level verification in here. Just like waste of time, nothing else. I mean, definitely you can add, but for the version 1 it's fine. Since it's an MVP version right now, it's fine. List alerts, it's basically going to list all the available alerts for the user. So string, and check the cache key and cached alerts. Now you're probably going to think we're not, like, when you're creating an alert, we're not caching it, right? Yeah, it's true, we're not caching it in here. But next time when you are basically like looking for it, I mean, you're searching for the alerts, then we are basically adding it into our Redis database. And that's the biggest reason. The alert doesn't have any TTL. It's staying forever into our Redis database. And that's the reason the free plan users, they don't have access to our alerts mechanism, because we cannot make it free. We have our infrastructure cost for these alerts. The alerts are very expensive for us because Redis is always expensive. We cannot like add so many things into Redis because it depends on our RAM. And that's the reason alerts are basically expensive for us, and it's not only for us, it's for everyone. Now, there is a question why I am adding the alerts into Redis. Why? What's the reason behind it? Why we're adding it like all the time in Redis without no TTL? The reason is alerts needs to be activated all the time, and after a certain time, let's say after sending every event, we have to check the alerts if it's matching somehow with the alerts logic or not. If it's matching, we have to send on like alert or webhook request to that endpoint. But if we are adding a TTL, it can happen that we have to, not it can happen, we have to basically after every few minutes we have to again fetch it from our database, which is very slow. And for that type of things, it's dangerous because alerts are basically like for every event we have to check it, and that's why it's not free. And that's why even we have limitation for the alerts. Like you cannot create any amount of alerts you want. You can see 5 only in here because the 5 alerts, your 5 alerts is going to be basically inside our Redis database for unlimited time. And that's why you're paying money, because we are having our infrastructure cost here. Yeah, I hope you're understanding it, why we are storing it into into Redis. Then we can say cached alerts, then return the json.parse the cached alerts. Otherwise we have to fetch it. This is not the like inside this is not the alert evaluations. Okay, don't think that then why we're fetching it from here, because this is just the API call inside our dashboard. That's different. For API call inside our dashboard, if it's not available, then we can set it like for unlimited TTL. Like there's no TTL in here. We can see the cached key and store the user alerts inside here. That's what we need. And then we can return this user alerts. That's it. Now, from now on, this user alert is going to be inside our Redis database until someone is deleting it. Yeah. That's it now. And one more thing. Let me think one thing. Yeah, I think we should delete the alerts from here actually. But what's the reason? The reason is when users are adding a new alert, we have to update the alert, right? We have to update the alert Redis database. So from here we're deleting, and at the same time this list alerts API is also being called. So that time we're basically adding it again with the updated data. Yeah, makes sense. Fine. Now you can also tell me what if we do this thing from here, right? From here we can, like, instead of deleting, we could like update it. That's also possible, but you just have to like add all of these again in here, and actually both of them are correct. You can also add from here and from here as well, but it's fine to add from here because we're basically deleting the Redis keys from there to here, and these two APIs are like both of them are getting called together. When you're creating an alert, you're already inside the alert creation page, and that alert creation page also calling this list alerts. So that's the reason. You can see then it's again adding to our caching mechanism. So we don't need to worry for this that the cache is not being updated. All right, now what next? We also have our verify webhook endpoint, the most important one, interesting one. So for webhook verification, there's so many approach we can follow, but like the common one which most of the people use is basically they will give you one webhook signing secret key as like Stripe providing it to us. But for our this application, since we are saying 1 minute, we don't want to create any headache. And that's why our verify webhook or our webhook verification is completely connected with your API keys. But how possible? How we're securing the things in here? You can see how we're doing it. First, if your plan is free, again, you cannot like definitely verify your webhook. So even if you're sending requests to this endpoint, this will return an error that alerts are not included in your free plan. And then the most important part, you're providing signature and timestamp. Now try to recall again when we were adding that Stripe verify webhook, you also notice this signature. So what is this signature and timestamp and body? So signature is basically like the full payload we are signing it with like on secret key, and this like signing version or the encrypted sorry, not encrypted, it's the hashed version, I guess. No, encrypted, I think so. We're using JWT, hash or encrypted. Okay, fine, any of them. So probably hashed version. So we're going to use crypto, and then we're going to sign this the payload, and that payload is basically the signed version is the signature. Timestamp when you're sending it. Why we need timestamp? So that we can limit that when we are sending it, it must need to be verified within next 1 minute. If someone is trying to verifying it after, let's say, 1 hour, it will be rejected. And the body is basically the normal payload. Yeah, I think so. Normal payload. Body should be normal payload. Or, to be honest, I forgot it. Is the normal payload or not? But for here, for now, this, you don't need to worry. This is the verification layer. So I think we should make the like webhook creation first for us, creation part fast. Otherwise the verify webhook, it looks a little bit weird to us, right? I mean, we haven't created the webhook, how we are verifying it. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, fine. So we can do that. That's not like a hard thing. Let's come back. Let's do it now. We're going to do it from where? Again, try to understand in here for alerting. We have actually, we can do like two strategies. We have like multiple options in here. The alerting service, it's not an easy thing because think about it. Thousands of logs are being stored every minute, and we have to check all of those logs. We have to filter them, and if somehow any of them are matching with this webhook logics, we have to send an alert, right? That's the strategy. That's like what we're saying, what we will do. So we can do one thing. Either we can write on scheduler, like after every certain time, let's say 10 seconds or 20 seconds or 30 seconds, we can check it. But that's actually the bad approach. If you're thinking that way, then that's not the solution in here. If you're doing it, that's going to work, but that's not the like best approach in here. Why it's not the best approach? Because when you're using a scheduler, my recommendation is always try to avoid using the node cron or cron jobs, because it always gives a lot of pressure to your system. I'm not saying completely ignore, because there are a few cases where you need those node crons, but for this type of verification thing, we can shift those things into an event-driven architecture. And let me be honest, in the version 1 of 1 minute logs, this 1 minute logs, I'm not creating it from now. I am literally working with this SaaS for more than an year. And when I like developed the version 1, I was also following those scheduler approach. And then I learned it that it's not the best way, because we can completely make that event driven. Event driven meanings, let me show you what I mean by event driven. So when we are storing the logs, from where we're storing it? We're storing it from this consumer, right? Our Nets consumer. That's what our logs are being stored. So from here, after the logs being stored, after the message being acknowledged, what if we send another message? You're probably right now a little bit confused. How? From our consumer, we're going to send another message? Yeah, it's possible. From our consumer, we're going to send another message by using the producer, and we will create another consumer for our alert. In that case, what will happen? After every time the messages are being stored, our like the alert, sorry, not alert, our logs consumer, who is basically like storing those logs, the logs consumer automatically calling to our alert consumer. And since it has the logs, the alert consumer does not need to again fetch the logs. So like half of our work is already done. So when we're basically sending it to alert consumer, this request, we're basically forwarding this transformed, and our alert consumer, it's right now going to check those logs with the alerts which we stored inside our Redis database, and it's going to match. If somehow it's matching, then it's going to send a webhook request. I mean, it's going to call, like it's going to send a request to that endpoint, webhook URL endpoint. Yeah. And from that webhook URL endpoint, from your application, try to understand, from your application, you are going to call this verify webhook. It's not for us, it's for you. It's for the user, our users. They are going to call this verify webhook to verify it that this request came from our 1 minute logs. The same thing we also do in Stripe. If you notice in Stripe, if you notice the verify, like our verification method, we're also calling the Stripe verification. But here we didn't update it, the uses source. Okay, fine, no problem. What I was explaining, let me show you. So yeah, handle Stripe webhook. You can see we're calling here construct event. We're not verifying it by ourselves. Notice we're also sending the raw body, the signature, and the secret. For our system, we're not having the secret, fine. But Stripe is also following the same approach. We are sending it to Stripe again. What's the reason? Because this is open endpoint. Anyone can send requests to this handle Stripe webhook. So let's say you are saying that, hey, I made a payment to your website, and you're sending a request to this webhook endpoint. How can I verify that only Stripe sent it to us? It can happen that you are pretending to be Stripe. You're saying, hey, I am Stripe and I'm sending you the request. So for verifying it, for verifying the request, we are basically calling this. Same thing happening here. When your when the webhook request is going to your endpoint request can be done by some other users as well, right? Because those are basically open endpoint, and you have to like verify that the request is coming from 1 minute logs. That's why you will call this verify webhook. I hope you're understanding it. That's like the pattern which we are doing in here, and that's how most of the webhook like designing mechanism work. Yeah, I hope you understand. Now let's come back to our consumer, and we have to finish it. So let's come back to here, and we can create basically our alert consumer.ts. Yeah, and inside this consumer right now, inside our alert consumer. And let's come back to this top. After this insert, actually after this ClickHouse insert, we can send it. So we can say awaits js.publish. So JS is basically our like the JetStream. Yeah. So we are publishing on new event in here. Yeah. So the event, like the event name, we're saying logs alert evaluate. Yeah. Logs alert evaluate. Now we can create a consumer with this name, and we can say we have to pass the value. So we are saying JC, the JS, like the JSON encodec, basically JC means JSON encodec dot encode. We're passing the logs, the transformed logs, and the processed at, like what's the time for the processing time, like when we're sending it, what's the time of that. So processed at is date.now. Yeah, that's it. Now what next? Here work is done. We have to come back to our alert consumer. Inside our alert consumer, first we need our that alert condition, again the same type which we were basically adding in here. Then we also need our and we don't need the crypto then in here. We also need this, like our alert rule. So alert rule, we're not having it in here. And okay, let's come back here. Then let me create the alert rule. So it's a new type, something like this. You can just check it. Then we need the field map, something like this. The importance, the app name, the environment, and everything. How did, oh okay, sorry. So since it has a space, that's why the app name, it must need to be on, like we must need on single quotation. Then this is going to normalize the string value, and this is another helper function for matching the condition. Yeah, so quite big. Let me show you here. Match condition. So we are basically going to send the log and condition, and this match condition is the function which is going to like filter and check, is it matching with our condition, like is the alert condition matching with the logs or not. Here this important maps is giving an error because we don't have the important maps in here. Why we need the important maps? Because in our database, if you check our ClickHouse database, we're not adding as like critical, high, medium, or low as the importance. We're adding as number like 1, 2, 3, or 4. So we have to basically change that to the value. So that's why you can see critical means 4, high means 3, medium means 2, low means 1. So here for the importance field, we're basically changing it. Then we're checking it if it's matching somehow, if it's matching with the equals or like not equals. Then if matching or not matching, then return the like true, otherwise return false, that yeah, nothing matched with the like condition we're having inside the logs. Sorry, we're having inside the alerts, nothing matched with the logs. In that case, what next? We have to basically come back. We also need our Redis access. So let's do one thing. Let's create our Redis. So something like this, not create, we basically also did this, I think, inside consumer. So it's the same thing. You can see it's the same, nothing changes. Now we can basically start our main function, that start our alert consumer. We need our NC and JC. So NC is basically the I forgot it. Nuts connection actually. Yeah, I can see. And JC is the JSON encodec, I guess. And then we need our JetStream connection. So JS meanings. Now we need our like our durable worker name, the subject which we added here. You can see the same subject. It must need to be similar. So the subject name was logs alert and evaluate. So here also same. Then we have to check for the options. So consumer options from nuts. Then we have to pass the durable value in here. We have to like add this manual acknowledgement. We're going to manually acknowledge it, the message. And acknowledge explicit, we're basically like setting up some rules for our JetStream, and then we are delivering it to OML alert worker. The subscription, we have to create it now. Then we can say that OML alert consumer started. Now for, let's add await because it's async. So for message of the subscription, we can add on try catch statement here. So we're basically running on loop for like all the messages in the subscription. Then we need the data from the, we need to decode the message.data. Message.data is basically this, our transformed logs. Then we're going to get our logs from here as like this, Okay, this is the logs. That's why we're getting the logs in here. And then we have to check, we have to basically create a map that logs by user, because we have to separate it. We cannot check it from another user, right? Another user logs. The alert is dependent on the user. So my application logs and your application logs, my alert and your alerts, it cannot be same, right? I think you're understanding it. So that's why we have to check it by users. So we can say const log of logs. Now we can filter out if our log by users does not have the user ID, then we're setting it in here. Yeah, we're basically making on state. We're then adding the get by here, and then we're pushing the logs. Yeah, and then finally we can write here on for loop for const user ID and user logs of logs by user. Then we need our Redis key, like the OML alerts, the cached version of our alerts, and if no cached, then continue. Yeah, because we cannot fetch from here because it's then going to crash the database, because it's going to call every second this consumer. Yeah, and here now, since we're having the rules from our alerts, we can basically run on another for loop, because this is also an array. We need the every like rules in here. Now we need to check the matched logs. So user logs dot filter, we can check it with the app name, and if it's matching with the app name, then return false. If the app name is not the same in the user, like in the alert, then just like ignore it. Otherwise we have to check the match condition with this match condition function which we created some time ago. Now the important part, if the matched logs length is 0, then we have to do nothing. Otherwise we have to create a bucket. So we can say bucket. Now we have to check for counter key, very, very important. The OML alert count, how many is there? The cooldown key, then the count, and we have to expire them with this like TTL. Yeah, then if the count is less than the threshold count, then continue. Otherwise the cooldown still exists. And then if the cooldown exists, then we have to continue, because cooldown exists means we already alerted the user, so we don't need to alert it again. Otherwise, like the alert can be every minute, so which is not correct. And we have to then, otherwise we have to trigger the alert. So we can say triggered at, and we can call the webhook. So this is the like the last part. We're calling the webhook with the rule and matched logs, and we also have to set the cooldown key after calling the webhook, and we have to like parse cooldown into seconds. So it's basically an helper function, very small. It's going to change the input to like minute to a second. You can see input includes minute, then it's going to change that. It's basically setting up the TTL for us. Yeah. And after this, let me finish, then we will create this call webhook. So rule dot last triggered, call this last triggered triggered at, And we have to update the rules now. And we have to change the Redis value again with this Redis key and this updated rules. And then we have to update our alerts if it's changed the 1 minute db.update. What's wrong in here? db.update. Okay, fine. Let's import our db in here. Import db from db, or what is that? Actually, not schema. It should be. Okay, I got it. So since we're using here our database from a different we're here inside basically like not in a module. You can see it's a function, so we cannot use that database module here. That's the problem, but it's not any big issue. We can come back to our database and we can create on client.ts. Yeah, and it's going to be very small. It's basically calling our it's also connecting our database, but with a different approach. Here it was a module which we cannot use inside a function, and this is not a module which we can use inside function as well. So client, and that's it. We can come back here again, and alerts we have to import it. EQ we have to import from Drizzle DB. Yeah, and no need to open the sidebar. After this, here we can acknowledge the message. Actually, sorry, message dot acknowledge. That's it, because everything is done here. And if it's catch any error, we can console log the error. Now the only left thing is the call webhook function, the most important one, because this is going to do the webhook call for us. So we can come back to here. We can create it in here. We can say async function call webhook. It's going to receive the rule, which type is the alert rule, and matched logs, which is going to be any. And here we can say promise the webhook result. So webhook result is going to have a very small type. Let me show you something like this: event ID and status. That's what the webhook result will have. Now here, let's come back down again. Yeah, and let's create it. So webhook result, and now inside here, first we need our event ID. So we are going to generate a random UUID for this. Then we need our triggered at when we're calling the webhook. Yeah, and after this we need our sample, like for which logs this webhook is getting called. Then we have to make our payload object for the webhook, the what we're going to send to user. So inside payload object we can pass the event ID, our webhook request type, which we're saying alert.triggered because it triggered an alert. We have to pass the alert ID, the alert name, the alert matched count, like how many logs matched, and that's why we call the alert, and sample log, like just one log. That's why did this happen, and the trigger that, like when you're calling it. Yeah, now we cannot send this raw value because this is risky. We have to not only risky, we need to verify it. So for verifying it, we need to have like an option. That's why we are first making it json.stringify. Then the most important and interesting part, you can say timestamp. First we're making the Unix timestamp in milliseconds. You have to change it to milliseconds now, so that we can do the accurate verification later. Then we have to make it string. Yeah. Now we need our internal webhook secret. Now this is important. This is not user webhook signing secret. This is for our webhook signing secret. It's same for all the users. And this one is basically like going to sign the secret key for us. So we can say if no secret, then throw an error internally that there is something wrong. We haven't set up the secret yet. Now, how can you get this webhook signing secret? Let's come back to our env example. And here you can basically generate any webhook signing secret. We can say open SSL random 32 characters hexadecimal value. You can copy this, you can paste it as your webhook signing secret. You can paste anything, any signing secret value in here. Okay, don't need to copy the same one which as writing. Okay, fine. But now after this, what next? We have to check the signature. So signature, we can say crypto. Yeah, we're using the crypto dot create HMAC. So we're using SHA-256 algorithm, and we have to pass the secret, and we have to update. We have to update what? We have to update something, but let's import crypto first. Import our crypto from crypto. Yeah. Let's come back down. So update our timestamp, then dot our payload. So this is basically the signature type. Okay, and the type is going to be UTF-8, and then we have to make it on hexadecimal value. So you can say digex hexadecimal value. Yeah. Now we need a controller, basically a new abort controller, and on timeout, this is for API call. On timeout, we can call here and set timeout, and we can pass the controller dot abort. We can call here the abort method, and we can set the time to 5000. Yeah. Then finally we have to call here and try catch statement. We can say const response await fetch, and here the webhook URL which you like added when you created the alert, that webhook URL. The method is going to be post. The headers, very important, we have to pass the headers. The content type is going to be application/JSON. The user agent is going to be our OneNetLogs webhooks 1.0. We're passing the event ID, the signature, and the timestamp. Yeah. And in body, we have to actually pass the raw body. So now here you can see this is the normal payload, the JSON stringify payload, not the hashed version. Why we're sending this? So that you can get the value automatically. But why then we're also sending this signature? This signature is for verifying the request. The signature and timestamp and event ID, all of these basically for this verify webhook endpoint, so that we can verify it. You can see signature, timestamp, and body. This is what we are getting from here. Yeah. And that's what we are even sending from here, so that from your application, you can call this like logs.verify webhook. Logs meaning our OneNetLogs, like the SDK. From the SDK, you can call this verify webhook endpoint, which is going to send a request to this endpoint. Okay, here, sorry, where I'm after this timeout, after this body, we also have to send the signal for the controller. Yeah. Now, if the response is not okay, then it means there is something wrong. So in that case, we are checking the response body and we're returning an error that webhook return this HTTP error. Otherwise, if everything is okay, we are returning the event ID, the status, which is going to be response.status. Yeah, and finally, finally, we are calling the clear timeout and we are passing the timeout in here. Exactly. That's it. Done. So everything is done, but here webhook result, event ID and status. So what's wrong? We're sending it, right? Event ID status. So if it's catching any error, that's the problem, I guess. Yeah. Okay, fine. We can delete that block and here we go. Everything is ready right now. Our call webhook is ready to send request. Yeah. That's it. Now we can come back to the verify webhook. Since we're sending webhook, we can right now verify it as well because we know how we're creating it. So here we can say now, we can basically check the timestamp. We can make it number. And if it's not number or infinite, then invalid webhook timestamp. Now, this is the important part. We're basically saying if the webhook is older than 60 seconds, then we're going to say that webhook has expired. Now we need our payload value. So payload actually here, payload, if the type of body is string, then body, because we send it as JSON stringify, that's why we're saying if it's string, then body, otherwise we're again stringifying it, but which is not necessary because we are already sending it as string. But after this, we're checking for the signed payload with this timestamp and this payload, because that's what we are sending. This payload is this timestamp and this payload together. Yeah, the timestamp we're receiving in here through the headers. Then we are again checking our secret because we need the secret. We're going to match it now. If no secret, then for our internal system, we're returning an error that the secret is not set up yet. And now we can check the expected signature. So we can call crypto again. I don't know why crypto import doesn't happen with like the suggestion, VS Code suggestion. We have to manually import it, but it's fine. It's not a big deal. Yeah, after expected signature, this is what we received and this is what we expected. Yeah, if they're not matching, we can basically say if the received length is not matching with the expected length and the crypto timing safe equal is not same as like the received and expected, then it's not sent by 1 minute logs, then invalid webhook signature. Otherwise, if it's matching, very good, it means the request is sent by us. Now from hacker perspective or from anyone who is not like sending this request, they don't have this webhook signing secret. When they're sending the request, that signature is definitely not going to match with our signature. And from the user perspective, they also cannot send requests to here without having access to API keys. And when they're having access to their API keys, like you cannot predict this signature. It's impossible. The signature is different for every time. That's why I'm still saying it's definitely not bulletproof secret yet. Definitely if we are having like a secret key for every user, webhook secret key, that's more safe. But this version also completely fine for the MVP version. Yeah, or even for the version 1. All right, so that's it. Our verified webhook is also ready. We did a lot of work actually. And one thing I have to check. So for our let me check our net setup, especially the initialize the stream. Yeah, so it's wrong. The reason is if you check the subject, we also have to add our logs alert evaluate subject actually. So let me show you this subject, this same subject. Where is that? Yeah, this one. Okay, then second one, let me see. It's basically going to be I think we have to change it. We have to change it to existing subjects. This is fine. And missing subjects, new one. So subjects. It should be S because it's subjects. Yeah, multiple now. Now in here, these are the missing subjects. And if our missing subject dot length is more than 0, then here this looks good, but here we have to call the existing subjects. Yeah, also we have to spread we have to call the missing subjects as well, the missing subjects object. Yeah, done. That's it for here. We just have to call the subjects. That's enough. Otherwise everything is fine. Now for the producer, I think it's fine. Oh no, we also have to produce. Okay, sorry, we don't need to produce anything because we already did it from our consumer, so we don't need to do anything in here now. And let me check this one. It also looks fine to me. Yeah, that's it. The only left thing, as I remember, we have to come back to our main.js again. From here in this start workers, the reason, 1 minute, let me see again, is this okay or not? So start workers, so here if you see, we're like starting our logs consumer, but we also have to start our alert consumer, right? Because right now we're having both of them. So we can say start alert consumer, and we can import it, and we can say OML alert consumer. If it catch an error, then fail to start. We can come back here, and actually our consumer started. Yeah, it's all good. That's all we had to change. Now everything is going to work, I believe. Now what next? We have to come back to the front end. No, not front end yet because we forgot to add the controller. Let's come back here again. Alert controller. Yeah, and inside module find. Yes, we have to finish the controller first. So we can call our alert controller. So call the controller, use guards and out guard and our alert service. Inside here, first let's add the list alerts for the get endpoint. Yeah, user must need to be authenticated to check his alerts. For the post, like for creating alert, not only authenticated, we also need to check his like plan. So that's why we are calling the user guard. Yeah. Next step is verifying the webhook. Yeah, the public endpoint. So where we need to just check this auth guard. Yeah, you need to must be verified to call here and use guards. Also we need the users guard. Yeah, it's important actually. Then we can check back your like values and everything. I mean your plan and everything, not values. Yeah, but alert service or verify webhook, we're passing the request.plan, payload signature, payload timestamp, and the payload body. Yeah, that's what we are sending. And our controller is actually ready now. We can come back here. We can call the alert controller, alert service. We can come back to our app module and we can add the alert module as well. There you go, all done. Let's come back to front end, main dashboard, app, and our alerts. Where's alerts? Oh, I don't see it. Oh, here you go. Yeah, so we have to work in here now. We have to change the front end and we have to finish it. In front end, we're having a lot of work. We have to do it now. So let's get started. All right, so at first we need here our some state. For an example, our use user hook first. We need our is loaded and is signed in, and we need our query client, so we can just add that in here. Then this new alert open, this is fine. Selected, set selected, this is also fine. We need our alert name, then our app name, our webhook URL state, and the verified webhook URL state, the cooldown period, the is creating alert, the is creating alert, that's fine. And then we need on state for basically the conditions a little bit bigger. Sorry, we need a rule condition type in here, so we can add the type basically here. We can say type our rule condition, where we're gonna add our ID, field, and operator. We also need some more state like alert status and alert tone. For the alert row, it's going to be different. So let's do one thing. Let's cut the alert row and add it in here. Yeah. And then we also need another one for backend alert. Very, very important. So backend alert. Yeah. The next one is our current plan response. And the tone styles. So the tone styles, where's that? Okay, we are not having that. We're having status color, which we don't need now. So we need another one for styling purpose. It's basically tone styles, something like this. So for danger, this is the accent color, the icon wrap, the stat wrap, the warning, and this is for the info. And yeah, this is how it will look like. You can just write it by pausing it, because these are just like Tailwind styling class name. Then another one, we need that status styles, something like this. Then for the fields, so we're having new one, so we can add the fields, new fields in here, something like this. Then the operators and the time window. Yeah. And our important options like this. Then our parse minutes. So this is basically an helper function which is going to parse the value into minutes. And the triggered add value, we have to change that value from the normal date time to like a real value. And format, we're basically using it from our like timeago.js library. So let's import format from timeago.js and come back here. So this is changing the format triggered at like an helper function. Yeah, after this, after our format triggered add function, the next one is another helper function for basically like the alert icon. So something like this inside here. If the tone is warning, then this color, we are going to use this alert triangle icon. If the tone is info, then we're going to use this, and then we can return on isVZ. Yeah, so finish. Yeah, so this is basically, all of these basically are styling, nothing else. Then after this, we also need another function for selecting the pill. This is also like styling completely. Let me show you. So select pill, and here it is, how it will look like. You can slowly see the class name. Yeah. After this, we need our step number and the field level. Yeah, so I'm slowly scrolling it so you can write it by yourself if you're writing it. Yeah, the next one, we need another one for select control. It's also another component. Basically, this, all of them are basically component, like the styling component. Yeah, select control, you can see. Then another function for text control. So it's basically going to have our input with this styling. Very big styling. If I want to write it by myself, it will, like, this one page will take 2 hours, which doesn't make any sense to write. You can see. Yeah. And this is the value, the disabled, and all of them are basically receiving in here. Then after this, we need some more function, but these are small, like sentence operator. Then is the URL is valid or not? So like, is valid URL, something like this. Yeah. Then status color and the severity colors, we don't need them now. We also don't need the initial alerts. One thing, let's do one thing. Let's cut all of these actually from here. So the type and everything, it should not be inside, it should be outside from the main page component. So let's cut all of these and then add it outside. Yeah, like this. Great. Now here, the initial alerts, we actually don't need this as well because we're basically having the real value. After this, the alerts, set alerts, we don't need because we're having dynamic values. Selected, set selected, we don't need. And yeah, otherwise we need all of these. Now let's come back to here. We need just 2 more state actually for threshold and the time window, something like this. Then we can fetch our user plan data. Very, very important. We need our user plan. So you can also copy this use query code from the settings because it's the same. Nothing changes. We're basically checking our user plan. The next one is for fetching our alerts data. It's also similar like fetching the user plan, but you can copy this one first and then you can just change it to alert data and is loading alerts. Query key, change it, change the endpoint to alerts, and otherwise everything is same, just this message is different. You can see enabled is loaded if it's true, and then signed in true. Then we're having our alert rows. So we can say const alert rows react dot use memo. We can call the alert row and it's going to be an array of alerts. Inside here we can return our alerts with the values like the alert data if it's available, then map, and then alert ID, alert name, the app name, the summary, the status node, and all of them are basically like going to be like this. Yeah. And then here we can call our alerts data. However, this status is still static because we haven't make the we haven't make our the endpoint yet. That's why. But for now, it's fine. This one is our latest. It's like when the last triggered, when the alert last triggered. So we're also using a like use memo so that we don't need to add it all the time. It's good for the UI. So you can see use memo will only recompute the memorized value when all of the dips has changed. When it's not changing, it's not going to like recall it, which is very good for our application. Now we need the stats. So stats we're not having anywhere. So let's say cons stats. This is also an use memo. Use memo. Something like this to the label. The label is going to be active, the value. Then the level is going to be like muted, how many active and how many muted alerts we're having. Then the last triggered date, we can call here clock icon. And the total alerts, we can call the file text. Here we can say as const, and we have to add on dependency array. So sorry, I did a small mistake. Here it should be the type. And let's add our dependency array, that alert rows dot length, the last triggered, and that's all actually. Now we need on helper function for handle new alert click when you were basically trying to create an alert. If the plan data and plan is free, then we have to give an error that please upgrade your plan for creating alert, and then we can return the function. Otherwise we will make our set new alert open true. Yeah, that's it. We also need some basically some helper function for updating the condition in the alert, something like this. You can see update condition, and for adding condition we also need something like this, add condition. Yeah, for removing condition we're basically updating our state, the set condition state. And the rule summary, which is going to give you like on summary of the rule what you have added. Like if it's like this is your app name, this is your service, this is the subsystem, this is the operation. You can see app name is this alert will trigger when the app condition and the readable conditions at least this threshold times within this time window. Yeah, and the last one actually we need another state. This is for our alert new form value, something like this, new alert form value. It's also use memo, and you can slowly see it. Then last one, we need to reset our the alert form, and we can basically like call the default values for all of our state. Like the alert name is empty, app name is empty, the webhook URL is going to be empty, same for the verified webhook URLs, and rest of the state. It's basically we're setting the by default value in here. Yes, that's all for now. And the last function, which we'll keep empty for now, but create alert handler for creating an alert. And just do some like basic form validation. That our if like the name must need to be available. Same for the app name, same for the condition, same for webhook URL. And then finally for now, keep it like this. We're gonna add here a try catch statement, and we can basically call our API endpoint, but for now we're not going to doing it. We're just calling the creating alert, and in here actually finally we will also make it false. Yeah, let's come back to our here. So let's call everything, I mean cut everything, not call, and add on fragment. Now here the header, it looks different, so we have to change this styling a little bit. For the header, this is fine. We are just we need on h1 with alerts and on paragraph. Yeah, button, that new alert. The button styling is going to be a little bit different now, something like this. Yeah, then for one click we have to call our handle alert new click, so it's just going to check. Yeah, and then new alert, then here everything fine, the alerts table. So this is going to be a little bit different. First of all, here we say that no alerts configured, all good, but we need to use here basically on grid box. So instead of rounded excel and border, let's add here on class name like this. We don't need these styles then. And here instead of alerts start length, let's call here basically our stats.map and stat, and we can cut this. We can add that in here. Then here let's add our key, and the class name is also going to be actually different, not relative, something like this. Yeah, then after this we don't need our table anymore. We can delete that table because we're basically we changed the full structure for the alerts. That's the reason behind it actually. So this is we need on div here with this class name. Sorry. Then inside here we can add another empty div, then on paragraph that stat level, on another div with our stat value. If we come back here, you can see it's completely changed everything, but we're not having anything in here. The reason is stats.map. We're saying stats. Okay. Alert rows, alerts data. Fine, no problem. So yeah, let's come back to down again, start at level. Yeah, here we go. Since it's too long, or like too big code base, that's why I'm searching and going back down, because you can see 600 lines already. Then after this, we need on paragraph for our stat caption, and then finish. Then here we can add our list div, something like this, that's stat.icon. Yeah, that's it. We don't need this row hover tint. We don't need. You can delete. Sorry. Yeah, that's it. 3D, and then it's ending in here. Yeah. Now we need another big div, something like this, with these class names. We need another div here. And inside here, we can add our search input for the alerts. So search something like this. You can see search alerts. And then we need the selected pill, like the status, projects, and sort, like from here. However, it's not working yet. Why? Let me see, give and reload. Is there anything wrong? Okay, fine. We're gonna check it later, no problem. And after this, we need our another big div inside here. We can add on grid div with these class names like this, the big one. And alert status plus triggered and actions. Yeah. Now we can finally load our alerts. So this was basically not for loading the alerts, this part. Yep. Then here we can say is loading alerts. If it's true, we can add here on div that loading alerts. Otherwise, and we can import the loader tool icon. Otherwise, sorry, if our alert rows dot length is 0, then we can add on div. And here, let's import the loader tool icon. And in here, if the alert length is 0, let's add some styling like this. Then we're gonna add a bill icon. Oops. Yeah. And then let's add div that no alerts created yet. And our creator first alert to get notified when an important log, not log, we can say event, patterns show up in production. Yeah, that's it. Now next step is, after this, here we can say if our alert rows dot map alert, like if there is alert rows alert available, then we need to fetch that and show that in here. I mean, we don't need to fetch, we're already having it in here, so we need to show those alerts in here. You can see the class name. Ooh, very big class name. I didn't write it by myself, to be honest, because no one does the designing part nowadays. All right, you can see this is another div styling class name with the alert tone and accent. So something like this. Then we're having our another big div. And another one for the alert like icon. Then another empty div with on alert name class name like this. So security and test, this is like the alert name, which I already created, that's why it's already showing here. But no worries, I will also show you how can you create it, because for you it's probably going to be, not probably, it's actually going to be empty. This is the project name. This is the alert condition. Yeah. Actually, let's finish it here. Another div. Then on span, a big span like this. And we have to add another span with something like this. So it's like the status of the alert. And the name, status name, and if the status is muted, then bill icon. Yeah, so all of them are currently active, so we're showing active. And the status note, something like this. If it's available then, but we don't have it now, so it's null. Another div, and this is the last triggered time, like 2 weeks ago, this one, and this one no last triggered yet. So you can see the summary. The alert will trigger when the app name is Becodemy and type is error and the importance is critical at least 1 times within 1 minute. So this is basically for testing the alerts, not real alert. I mean, these are real alerts in our application, but we created, I created this for testing the alerting mechanism. That's why at least 1 times within 1 minute. So if I send just one like event with this type error and importance critical, then this will just call our webhook endpoint, so the alert will basically work then. Yeah, now we can add another div with our triggered node, that one matching blocks within 1 minute, 5 matching blocks within 5 minutes. Then we need another div, something like this. This is just for like changing the status for the alerts, like for deleting the alerts or something like that. So this is just for like stopping the alerts. It's not for deleting, but however, I did a small mistake. Cut this and add it outside of this div. Yeah, now it's in perfect place. Then that's it actually. And just one more for deleting, but we're saying here which icon is more horizontal. Okay, so instead of that, we could basically add here delete icon from Lucid React. Yeah, no, just delete. What the hell? Delete. Okay. Delete. Yeah, what is this called? It's called trash. Okay, no problem. Trash. And the leftover things, just delete all of these imports. We don't need all of them. And these 2 icons as well. Yeah, come back to down. Oh, crazy code base, right? Yeah, still we couldn't finish. We have to do more work. This is the boring page in our full website, because you can see it's crazy big actually. Sorry, here. Yeah, still new alert creation is left. Now after this, here, this footer status bar. So in this active, we have to say alert rows dot length. For the mutate, mutate is for now 0, and last triggered, we don't need a resolved status, because that's what we don't have that, so that's why fine, we don't need that. And the last triggered that. Great, so you can see all of them are here. It looks good. And also another one we can add, like the alert length, the total alert length, we can change it to this. Exactly. And we can say total. Perfect. All good. Now for creating alerts, what we have to do? We have to right now create alerts. So we can basically say, we can I would like to delete this dialog. You can see if we're here, it's very basic. It's actually like not what we need. So we can delete this dialog. And we have to create it by ourselves. So we can, no problem. Let's say if new alert open is true, Then let's add on div like this. Otherwise, actually, no. Yeah, so this is the class name. We're basically like opening a model with that black like color, like black shadow actually, with the background blur is, and we can see the like background is going to be blur when you are clicking the new alert open like this. However, nothing is happening. And the reason is new alert here the styling is not what I expected. New alert. So here the button is going to be simple button, not button component. Type is going to be button. Class name, actually, I think I did some mistake, or this is not going to be any callback function. Yeah, because this is already a callback. And then in that case, okay, let's do one thing. Sorry for this, but let's use our button component. Then we don't need that flex and other styling. Yeah, and we don't need this type button as well. Yeah, new alert. There you go. You can see it's already working. Yeah. So we can come back to down, and inside this, we can come back here. Then inside this, we can basically add another div with this class name. Then we can add on another div with on h2 and a paragraph, something like this. That new alert, create an alert and get notified when something important happens, like a marketing line. And then we can add on button, something like this, that our like close the model. So if we click here, you can close the model. Click here, close the model. Yeah, that's it. Now next step is here. Here we can add our section for creating the alert, like the fields for creating an alert. The all fields are going to be in this section, and this is the styling for it. Now here we can add on div, something like this. Then the step number is, this is the first step. Then let's add here on another div, like the alert name, and we can say give your alert a name so you can recognize it later. And then we can add our field value, like the input field. So we can add the div here with the like alert name. And then this section is actually done. However, let me see one thing. This is the Steve, and this is our the flex cap 3D Steve. 1 minute. Yeah, I think we have to add that in here like this. Yeah, that's why I was thinking why it's in half. It should take the full space. Okay, to be honest, I'm also getting exhausted, but we have to finish it. Let's add our another section, this one, like this. We can copy this one, I guess. Yeah, I think it's a little different. Let's finish the section tag. Yeah, and here we go. Then inside here, the div. Then step number is 2 for this one. So step number 2. And what is the second step? It's basically like when this happen, when the like alert will basically happen. So build a rule in plain English, add only the conditions that matters. Yeah, let's come back here again. After this 2 div, let's add our another div like this. Then our another div, something like this. It's also required. So that's why we're saying required. So the first value is basically required, and the required field is your app name. You must have to give your app name. This is not optional. So here we are basically adding our app name field, something like this, like the app name. And then the operator value, like this, the operator like equals what is going to be the app name. Then after this, add our value, so the app name value. So for an example, let's say app name must need to be 1 minute logs. Yeah, something like that. Then after this 3 div, yeah, here we can add again our that space wide 3 div. And here we can run and loop with our conditions, the conditions array. Inside this we can add on div like this, something like this. Yeah, then here we can say we can basically add another div with this styling, and this is another div with this condition, like condition 1, condition 2. Yeah, and the button is for deleting the condition. If you would like to delete, we need the trash 2 icon, like condition 1, condition 2. Then what we need next, the next task is basically after this div we can add our div again like this, and then we can copy this div, we can add it in here. This is the field level, and the field level is basically the like field, the select control. Here we're having our the field values like type. So the types are basically like the field can be type, message, importance, environment, service, and you can set the value in here. Then after this is the for the operator, not the value, right? Like the matching like equals to or not equals to that operator, something like this. Yeah, we can save. So type, if it's matching with our condition, it's also a little bigger. But yeah, after this div we can add it, and sorry, we need another div. What the hell I'm doing here? Oh no, I missed our ending and then on div. We don't need this, we need another div. Oh no, this is the reason I hate basically HTML CSS. Okay, fine, no problem. After the operator, this is the field, this is the field grid. Yeah, here this one, then okay, so we can add our this div again. Now we can add the value, and if the condition is matching, like the importance, something like this, basically like condition.field, if it's importance, then select it like this, otherwise text control. So it's like if the type, then this, but if it's importance, then select options. That's what we are saying in here. That's our text control and select control. Yeah, and finally, after this, we need a button for adding more condition. If you want to add more condition, something like this. So add condition. I think I did a small mistake. The button should be outside from this div. Yeah, something like this. So you can add more condition, or even you can delete, but you cannot delete at least one condition. Then we can add here our div, another for our triggered threshold, something like this. And here we can add on div. Inside this, we can say triggered after this value, like triggered after 5 minutes. Sorry, not 5 minutes, it's the matching logs, like how many logs we want to match. So we can then add that line again in here, that triggered after 5 matching logs with the same like values or same fields matching, then like trigger the alert. Then here we need another div like this. So we can say within this select control, within this 5 minutes, 1 minute, or 10 minutes, or 15 minutes, or 1 hour. Yeah. And after these three, we can come down again, and then next one is our rule summary. So it basically going to be based on our like this value. So if we say, let's say on minute logs, you can see the alert will trigger when the app name is 1 minute logs and importance is critical 5 times within 5 minutes. Yeah, so that's what's the rule summary meanings. Now here, 3D event section, then we have to right now start a new section. This section is for like notify the user by webhook. So something like this on div. And this is the step number 3. This is the third step. Yeah. So it's something like this, that notify via webhook, and we will send a post request to this URL when the alert is triggered. Something like this, but we need to have another div 1 minute. So where is the div is finishing? No, it should be finished here. Yeah. Then we need another div with this styling, another div, something like this. Then the field level, like the webhook URL. And inside here, we can add our text control. So let's add the text control. And in here, the value is going to be the webhook URL. One change, we're going to call the handle webhook URL change. We have to create it. I seriously forgot it. Okay, webhook handle webhook URL change. It's small, so let's create it in here. Something like this. And after this, the placeholder, we can say something like this, that your app.com webhook/alerts, and class name, we can say verified webhook URL true, then PR28, otherwise undefined. Actually undefined, not string, it should be normal undefined. Yeah, undefined. And what is this verified webhook URL? Where is the set verified webhook URL? Okay, makes sense. So for now it's done, but yeah, let's come back to down. We still have to do work. As I said earlier, this one is like, this component is very big, this page. Yeah, after this, here after this div, we can add like on button that if the verified you are okay, so we can basically say sent for now. No, we actually don't need this button. We don't need this button. Sorry, we don't need this button anymore. We can save it actually. This is fine. So webhook URL and it's fine. After this, we have to create another section. This is our like step 4 for creating an alert. So step 4 is like the advanced. It's like fine tune how often the alert can trigger, something like this. We can add another div here, and on field level, that cooldown period, and cooldown period is going to be 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or 30 minutes, like this. Yep, and we can add on paragraph that wait time before the alert can trigger again. Yeah, and finally, our form is actually ready. We can add on give, and we can add a button for creating the alert. So it's like the cancel button and the creation button, like create alert handler. What's the name? No, so alert create handler. What did we give the name then? As I remember, we created here on create alert handler. Yeah, create alert. Okay, spelling is wrong. Handler. Yeah. Okay. Inside here, we can say is creating alert, then creating, otherwise create alert. All good. That's it. So create alert is already. If we hit here, you can see nothing is saying because we have to basically come back here and do the work. However, tools.error, why it's not showing the message? I think because we forgot to add our toaster. Yeah, I think so. You can see it's not here. Here we added tooltip provider and query provider. No. Okay, so here let's add our toaster. Yeah, now it's going to work. So if we hit create alert, yeah, alert name is required, you can see. All good. Now we can finish this create alert, and here after this, in this try part, we can say, we can basically take our token for sending the request, and we can send on post request to our endpoint that alerts with this our new alert form value. If response is not okay, then fail to create the alert. Otherwise, we can say the response.json, then we can invalidate the queries so that it like refetch the data and updates our cache. An alert's created. We can make our model close. We can close our model and we can receive the new alert form. If it's catch any error, we can say fail to create the alert. That's it. So it's crazy big. For the webhook URL, it cannot be actually any like it cannot be any localhost URL because we cannot send request to a localhost URL. I mean, currently in development mode we can, but when you are in production, definitely we cannot. So for users, if you basically go to the unmet logs documentation, you can see that I'm saying that you must have to like use on tools like this ngrok. What is this called actually? Ngrok. Or yeah, it's like local servers. You can just use it, you can install it, download it into a system, and then if you write something like this, let me show you that ngrok and http and your port. So let's say we're saying something like this 3002. So then you can see this is giving us on forwarding URL. This is basically the URL. This is on HTTP URL, but it's forwarding the request to our like the endpoint. Okay, I mean to our port. So as right now we're like running our backend into 8080. So if we say this and if we make it small, then this is basically the endpoint. I mean the API URL. If we hit this, you can see visit site. We can check our API. It's live, but we're still in development. So it's basically forwarding our local request into this live URL. So for testing this webhook in development mode, you have to use an HTTP link like this for the production one. But for now, even if you use the localhost, it's actually going to work, but that's not the best way to test the webhook. However, we can create an alert. We can say alert test or something. Let's say this, no problem, since we're just checking it that is this working or not. And 1 minute logs, and here let's say we are adding this one, and then at the end we're saying test or not test, let's say alert and test webhook for now. Okay, and we can hit create alert. Yeah, so internal server error, which is good. Let's see what's wrong. Okay, it's saying this .db.insert values returning is not a function. Okay, very good. Let me check why it's giving this error. First, let me delete all of these. We don't need them. Now let's come back to our services, source, our modules, alert controller, service. And here you go. I guess the returning. Returning. What's wrong in here? Oh, what? Returning. No, it's returning. Yeah, spelling was wrong. Now if we hit create alert, it should work. Here you go. Alert created. Now, we can actually test it. So we say that if the app name is 1 minute logs, okay, and type is error and importance is critical at least 5 times within 5 minutes, then it's going to send an alert. Fine. Since we added this API endpoint, this one, sorry, not this one. If you come back to here, you can already check it from our alerts. Where's alerts? Oh, here you go. So the field new one is this one, I guess. Yeah, the webhook URL test webhook. Okay, let's come back to our test webhook. So test webhook here, and we said post endpoint. Okay, so post and this test webhook, and we don't need any use guards or anything. Even this auth guard is going to do problem actually. Yeah, it's actually going to do problem, but for creating alerts, okay, for now we can just comment it. This one is test webhook. So test webhook. If we are receiving anything in here, that's also fine for us. We can say console log received webhook alert. Yeah. Yeah. So let's do one thing. Let's come back to our testing endpoint and let's send 5 errors. In the logger app name, change it to what? Change it to our this what's this? This is the type. Where's the value? App name. Okay, 1 minute logs, copy. And the importance is critical. Service doesn't matter because it's saying app name 1 minute logs, type is error. Importance is critical at least 5 times. Yeah. So then we can do one thing. We can write here in for loop. For loop. Here we can say 5. Here 5. Index 0 and 5 and plus, and then yeah. So this is basically going to send the error for 5 times, and that's what we need. All right, so go to our /test endpoint to test it. /test API /test, sorry. Here we go. Success true. Is it sending the error or not? I don't know. So null is triggered. What's wrong? Becodemy. Sorry, because we changed it. Yeah, that's why probably. But it didn't call the alert. Ooh. Okay, let me see why. It should have. However, let's come back to our module and let's uncomment the auth guard. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So let's call it again. And here we go. 5 matching locks. So 5 locks didn't match. Seriously, we just sent it. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 or more. What did you say? 5 times within 5 minutes. Type error, importance critical, and 1 minute logs. Okay, let's send more 5. Let's send more 5 and just just like comment that. And here you go. No error and no alerts. It should not be like this. Okay, not triggered. Are we sure that the endpoint is correct? And here we are saying no loss triggered. One thing I'd just like to check, just for now, okay? If it's there, then it should work. Just the consumer, and in here, ooh, or not there, not there. In our call webhook, so we can just add here in console log that call. Yeah, we can save it. Here you go. Send again. Check. All right, there might be something wrong. That's why the webhook is not getting called. You can see the webhook is not even getting called, which means something is wrong. But no problem. We're gonna check it now. What's wrong actually? All right, after a long time, I found a mistake. So the mistake is basically inside this match condition code base. This match condition function here, after this return false, after the second bracket, we have to add here a switch case statement. And it should be like if the condition dot operator, if the case is equals, so equals, then we have to return the normalize, then we have to send the actual like the condition, and we have to normalize the expected one, and then if it's matching then true, otherwise false. And for the not equals case, we can say something like this, just not matching with the normalized, then it's not equals, then it's true, otherwise by default it false. That's it. We can save it right now. Right now the everything will work, but there is also another small mistake. If we come back here, if we check our database, you can see the webhook URL here. We added actually alert, not alerts. I basically changed it, that's why it's saying alerts, but we mistakenly added alert, which is wrong endpoint. It should be actually alerts. There is going to be one extra S in here. Now if we try it again, it's going to give an error. The reason is our alert is working based on the Redis database, not from here. This is the source of truth, or like the main primary database, but for our this consumer, it's basically using Redis, and inside the Redis, it's still the wrong one. It's still the alert, not alerts. So then how can we fix this problem? How can we solve this problem? To solve this problem, we have actually one solution. We can delete this one. First, let me copy the webhook URL. Yeah, we can delete this, and we can come back here again. Then give on reload, you will see still 3 in here, which is very natural. Now here, let's say test again app name 1 minute logs, and yeah, that's it. 5 triggers when it's matching 5 matching logs within 5 minutes. In webhook URL, we make sure to add this same URL now. Yeah, now if we hit create alert, you can see it will be still 3, but at the same time it will update our cache. Now let's come back here. Sorry, no, I am not calling Siri. Okay, sorry. Let's give on reload. Let's come back here to our services, and here we go. You can see it's saying missing authentication token, which is natural, because in here in this case webhook, we have to just comment the auth guard, and you will notice this console log that received webhook alert message now. So I'm giving on reload again. Here you go. You can see received webhook alert. It means it's actually sending us an webhook alert. Now what's the next step? The next step is basically connected with our SDK, with our npm SDK. So since this is NestJS, we have to create basically another SDK, like 1 minute logs nest, and inside that we can call that, let's say, this log dot basically verify webhook, which is already available in a production version. So I'm not showing this to you because this is like another another framework SDK we have to create. But for Next.js, I can show you what you have to do. So for Next.js, if you're trying it with Next.js, and then since it's working, we can basically delete this, because this is just for showing you that yeah, it's working properly, the alerting mechanism. Now let's come back to our here again, and let's add that verify webhook. How can you add it? Let me show you. So verify webhook, and we can basically go inside this core and index.js. Yeah, exactly. And from here we can say verify webhook. We have to pass here the options as the parameter, which is going to be the verify webhook options, and transport dot verify webhook, which is not available yet, but we can create it in this transport. This transport is basically coming from this OML transport. Let's come back inside this, and here we're already having the verify webhook. You can see, wow. So yeah, it's already in here, the verify webhook. You can see if it's not having in your code base, then you can just basically add it by yourself. Yeah, and then we finally returning the result. All good. So we can come back here and we can add our transport dot verify webhook, and we can pass the options in here. Yeah, and on comma. Now verify webhook options, it's basically on type, which we can import from here. It's like this. Yeah, that's it, nothing else. Now right now everything is going to work. You can right now use the verify webhook endpoint. However, in our index.js, everything is fine actually in here. Yeah, so if we build our npm SDK, we can say npm run build. Sorry, npm run build. Now if we come back to our apps main dashboard, this API test, and from here we can see we can right now use our logger dot verify webhook. Yeah, you can see we can right now use our verify webhook, and what we have to pass inside the verify webhook. So verify webhook, why we have to call it? We have to call it basically inside this alert controller, right? Like where we're basically adding the like test webhook, right? So that endpoint we have to pass the same plan signature, timestamp, and body. If you I'm suggesting you right now, we are not watching it, but after like when I will deploy it, you can go to our 1-minute logs and then docs, and you can check the NestJS, Next.js, or Express.js, and you can see the example that how to use this. Okay, how to use the verify webhook method. Yeah, that's it. So it's actually working. You can see the method is working. It means it's actually working properly. We can save it, then close all of these, and that's it. Now what next? The next task is basically finishing our this dashboard homepage. Yeah, that's the only work left right now. We can finish it. It's not hard. It's just like some stats, and after that we will deploy it. And for deploying, I would like to let you know a few things. So since our backend and frontend, definitely we have to deploy it in a different like server. For the backend, I was checking some options. Like there is Hostinger, which is the cheapest option, but you have to pay like early, and there's no free options for deploying on logs for sure, because we're using ClickHouse, we're using Docker, we're using Redis, and so many things which requires high like computing power. Like the RAM must need to be at least 16 GB to use it in like even like for 100 or 200 users. Yeah, that's like base requirement for over this server. So 16 GB RAM and let's say 200 GB SSD, which is also like yeah, 200 GB SSD good enough. And for terabyte, like the for bandwidth like 2 terabyte is also fine. That's fine, because early version we're not having a lot of users, so yeah, that's fine. But for this one, I'm not sure yet where I'm going to deploy it, the production one, because I basically like need to talk with them because I'll deploy it for a long time. That's why. But I am having an options. It's called Hainsner. I already use it. I like Hainsner, and the reason is actually it's not cheap, to be honest, because if you check the servers, you can see the dedicated servers. It's literally like for 16 GB, it's $101. Crazy expensive, right? And even for the regular performance, it's also like expensive. For 16 GB RAM, it's still $81.99, like $82.59 is total. Very expensive. It's natural, it's expensive because like you can see the computing power is like we need more computing power, and the reason is ClickHouse is the reason. Redis is also another reason. We're also using JetStream. That also need like high like processing power, but definitely it's better than the other message broker like Kafka. Even if we were using Kafka, we need actually more RAM and more storage and everything. But for JetStream, ClickHouse and Redis, this one is actually fine. The 16 GB RAM and 320 GB SSD, this one is version if you're like planning to deploy it somewhere. Yeah. And that's the reason you should use the subscription from the website, because think about it, when you're using the same thing from our website, then it's just $10. Only $10 the starter plan. When you're deploying it, it's more expensive, and it's very simple, it's very natural. For us, it's cheaper because like we're working on like mass value, like there are multiple users. That's why our expenses is low. But when you are doing it just for your application, then it's high, then it's actually high. But if you're launching it as a SaaS, that's a different thing. All right, so let's go to our services source folder and our modules and the logs module. So basically inside our logs module, I'd like to share this with you, why this happened, because you can see this function, this module, it's actually new. It was not in the first part, but then how did it ended up in here? The reason is in our .gitignore, somehow mistakenly I added here logs. Actually I didn't do it, the NestJS itself did this, added here logs, and that's the reason. Because of that reason, like this logs module completely didn't go to our GitHub. You can understand when I like pushed the first version, sorry, not first version, the first part source code into GitHub, this logs module were ignored by this gitignore. And that's why when I basically like cloned it again with the real code, and like it's right now a little bit different than the earlier version because I didn't have the earlier version access right now. That's why. But no worries, I just added this. I mean, I did it by myself because the application is already ready. That's why. So you can see this is another like private module, not private module. It's for the SSE, metric SSE. So metric SSE means this stats like the logs for 24 hours. It's basically on live streaming. Same for the ingest rate, the average latency and queue backlog, and all of these are basically right now dynamic. So let's see what we're doing in here. We're basically creating an event stream again, and we're checking everything from our Redis database, like the ingest last rate, the ingest backlog, the ingest average latency, and then we're making the payload, and then we're basically sending it as a response. Same goes for a controller. This is just an endpoint protected by our auth guard, and we're sending, like we're streaming it, we're sending this to our like this API response. Now we have to do one thing. We have to come back to our main dashboard, app, API, and inside here we can create a new folder by giving name something like this, that live metrics, and in here we can create our route.js. Yeah, now here let's add our endpoint. It's going to be basically on get endpoint because we're going to use this live metrics. We're going to fetch it from our dashboard, from this main dashboard. We're going to call this live metrics endpoint. The reason is we need to send our like the authorization token, and we don't want the server send events to use inside the client side, and as I know it's not possible, so that's why you must need to use that, like receive that server send events inside here. And this live metrics or this NestJS API is going to forward that service send events. Yeah, that's what we're doing in here. So here we can just do the same thing which we do inside like in fetch function. When we fetch something, we first check our auth token, actually slash backend. Yeah, server, not backend. So first we fetch our auth token, because without auth token we cannot like pass the middleware, not middleware, guard, our auth guard. We must need to pass this auth token. So that's why we're sending like on fetch request to our the server URIs, then slash logs, metrics, and stream. And this is our that auth token. And this is for service send events. That's why no store cache, and revalidate when it's 0. Yeah. If there is no body, then there is something wrong. So we can say upstream right now unavailable. Otherwise, we can return this, but not as a JSON response, but as a text event stream response. Yeah. If it's catch any error, we can console error that message, error message, and we can return the error as well, like internal server error. That's it. Our endpoint is ready. We can come back to our page.tsx in here, and we can basically make it dynamic now one by one. So the first work in here is basically we have to fetch actually so many things in here. For now, let's scroll down. Logs data. Yep. So an alerts data, we also need our alerts data, and our is loading alerts. Yeah. So backend alert, this is basically a type for our alert data, something like this. However, let's add it outside this function. Yeah. Then after this, inside here, we can use our use effect hook. Why use effect? Use effect to call the API endpoint. So use effect snippet. I don't want to write everything by myself. Yeah. Then here we can say const fetch logs and async. And then we can add here a try catch statement, and inside this try we can basically send on request, API request to our API logs and get logs. So this is basically another API endpoint which we have to create, and then we can show our data in here, the logs data. Same goes here. If it's catching error, then just show the error message. So error actually. Yeah. And then we can call this fetch logs. And if we save it, it's going to give some error because we have to come back to our API logs and get logs. Then inside here, we can say route.ts, and it's basically going to be something like this. Let me show you. So that's same get token and token. And here we're basically adding on query. So you can say QS, and the range is 24 hour because we need last 24 hours logs number. That's why we're adding this QS that range 24 hours, and we're basically sending this request over get dashboard logs. This is not available, to be honest, this API endpoint. Okay, fine. We have to create this, I guess, or wait, let me save first. Let's come back to our services, source, modules, logs, and no, it's already here, get dashboard logs. So okay, so it's basically the same get logs. You can see it's the same get logs, but we are just adding a new endpoint, a new API endpoint. That's it, nothing else. Wow, here you go. Our logs data is right now here dynamic. You can see 50 logs we received in the last 24 hours. These are the like sources and everything. Wow, and here also it's dynamic. Great. Now what next? The next work is basically after getting the logs, what next? We can come back here. We can right now fetch our alerts data. So let's do one thing. Let's add our fetch alerts function like this. And here we are going to use the try catch statement again, and we're going to make our set is loading alerts true. Then we need the same get token. And for the response, we're basically fetching the alerts now. And then if it's catching the error, then that's failed to fetch the alerts. Otherwise, we can set the value inside our set alerts data. Yeah. Same goes for here. We can basically add something like this. And finally, we can say set is loading alerts, and we can make it false. We can save it now. And then here we can call our fetch alerts and is loaded and is signed in. That's it. So wait, this is basically on simple async function. Why I'm adding this? Ooh. Okay, let's do one thing. I'm adding this because let's do one thing. So let's cart this and let's add it inside on use effect hook. Use effect snippet, and now if we paste it, yeah, now we can add those like is loaded. Ooh, I think I did small mistake here. Yeah, now is loaded is basically coming from our that use user. So let's add it in here. Is loaded and is signed in. Yeah, we can save it now. Here we go. Active alert still 0 because we have to make it dynamic. Yeah, but we're getting our alerts right now as well. So error data in here, everything fine, logs fine, all good. Just for our alerts, alerts in the top activity, if you check our top activity, it's also fine. Okay, so search for alerts. Yeah, so here you can see active alerts. We can change this value from, we can say is loading alerts if it's true, then something like this. Otherwise, alerts data dot length. Yeah, you can save it, and here you go. We are having 3 active alerts. Now for the average latency, it's going to be the metrics average latency. It's not showing us anything. Oh, because metrics, set metrics, we have to set the metrics. Yeah. Okay, fine. Let's do one thing. For the metrics, let's add here another use effect hook. Use effect. And here we can say, since this is an event source, so const es new event source to our API and live metrics. Now es dot on message. Inside here, we can add on another try catch statement. We can have the payload in here, the ingest rate in here, the backlog, and the average latency. And then we can set all of this into our set metric state. Yeah, that's all. And if it's catch any error, then we can basically close that. And then finally, we have to return our es dot close. Yeah, We can save it. Here you go. You can see 8 milliseconds and 0 jobs. So it's also dynamic. Even ingest rate is right now saying 1 second. So that's basically like the last logs which we stored. So that was probably 1. That's why it's saying 1 second. Yeah, everything is dynamic in here. That's the most important part. For recent alerts, it's not dynamic yet. So recent alerts, let's come back to our recent alerts. Yeah, here we can uh basically cut this part. We can say is loading alerts, then on D with class name flex h full item center justify center text sm and text mutate foreground, and then inside here we can say that loading the alerts. Otherwise if our recent alerts basically the alerts, so recent alerts, we have to create this one, recent alerts. It's basically just on sorting, like we have to use an use memo in here. We can come back here, we can say const recent alerts and use memo. Inside here we can return our alerts data, but we have to sort it. We can say const a date, the new date, a dot last triggered, then a dot created at or 0. Yeah, not then, it's basically or. You can see that this is meanings, and then get time and const the b date, which we can say new date, then b dot last triggered, b dot created at or 0, and here we can say get time, we can call it, and we can return the b date minus a date. Yeah, and then we can show only 4 heist, like 4 alerts messages. So we can slice it to 0 to 4, and in the dependency area we can add the alerts data. Now let's come back here again, and this recent alerts dot length, if it's more than 0, then we can basically do some work. We can just for now add on div. Otherwise we can show this message that enough data not available yet. Yeah, but in here if we're having more than 0, then we have to add here on div with class name space y3 and our recent alerts dot map. In here we can say the activity date when it happened, so alert dot last triggered or the alert dot created at. Yeah, then we can return the div with key alert dot id and the class name something like this. Inside here we can add another div with these class names, then on small div with something like this, that alert name and alert app name. You can see already in here. After this we can have our alert status, which is for now like active always, so active and alert summary, then finally the alert count logs. So the final version, this is like alert threshold count logs for this minutes and format from our time ago.js, something like this, and we can see the styling and everything. So yeah, you can see 5 logs in 5 minutes, last like triggered 32 minutes ago. This is the recent alerts. Yeah, it's all looks great. Yep, that's it. Here we could add some more logs, but for now, actually let me see how many we added in here. Top activity, we said top activity, not 5, we should add more actually. Top activity, top activity, top sources, not 5. No, it's not getting added. Okay, here it is. I think it's going to be 10 now. Still very small, 15. Yeah, then it makes sense. Or I guess 20 would be the best number. No, it's little bigger. Okay, 18. Yeah, that's fine for now. Or highest 16. Yeah, it's fully same now. Okay, great. So our dashboard is also ready. I mean, the overview page, it's fully dynamic. You can already see it when we're hovering it, it's giving us the real data. And all of them are actually live in here. This is saying live because this is actually like live streaming. That's why. So yeah, everything ready in live logs. Server is a little bit slow. That's why it's first showing empty screen where we could add on loader. Let me show you where. So in this live logs or live metrics, sorry, actually here. Live logs in here is loading is true, then return null. Instead of null, you can return on loader. Then it will show loader instead of null. Yeah, so everything is fully ready. Now it's time for deployment. Only this integration is not ready. This integration is not ready because it's basically a static thing. I'm not going to showing this to you because there's no backend thing in here. You can also check it from the website, like the live version. There is already the everything in there. And I don't think I should like show you the documentation as well because that's not the core part of this application. Yeah, I hope you understand. And that's it. This is the SaaS. Right now we have to deploy it. All right, guys, I just made a decision. Even though I was saying from the first of this video that I'll show you the deployment, but this application is actually real SaaS, which I already like told you at the beginning of this video, that it's actually real SaaS of mine. And you can easily see that by going to 1minutelogs.com. But right now, if I show you the deployment, when I'm deploying it like really, then it's like, it's going to conflict with our internal security, which is very natural. So I don't want to show you, and it's not actually about me. I should not show you, or I cannot show you actually, because right now when we're deploying it, we're going to have like the like we're going to have basically our this SSH keys, which is the secret part. We're also having our server IP address, then some private setup, which is like very normal for any application. But since I promised you that I will show you the deployment, I'll still show you, but not in the video. I will attach on PDF link in the video description box. You can just find out it in the video description box, that deployment guide. Please click there. You are going to see a step-by-step like guide. But in that part, when I'm making the PDF, then I'm going to hide this like SSH keys. I am going to probably like blur those things so that I can keep the security like packed. I mean, I can keep my application secret. At the same time, I can also show you how can you deploy, because this is just for learning purpose. If you want to really deploy it, that's good, because you can already see, I will explain it why you should not do it like for just like hobby purpose, because it's very expensive. You can already see you must need 16 GB RAM. And why you require this, I also explain it, because we're using ClickHouse, Docker, Redis, and so many things, which requires actually a lot of RAM, because ClickHouse itself, it takes a lot of RAM space. Same goes for the JetStream, same goes for our like Redis, and there's so many things we're using, right? So all of them, even same goes for the NestJS. NestJS also take a lot of RAM power. That's why minimum requirement is the 16 GB. And this one is the dedicated server. You can see the VCP, VPS. It's crazy expensive. It's literally $101. And this one is $81.99. You're probably going to think we're using Hainsner, that's why it's like expensive like this. But if you go to our like Hostinger, then you can see with white string Thai, because I'm staying in Thailand now, that's why. Just a minute. English, US, United States, yeah. Now from here, you can see it looks very cheap. I know, you can see it's just $13. Where is $13? Where is like the $82? Definitely not the same, right? But this is for 2 years deal. If you click this choose plan, you can see you right now have to pay literally $333. Crazy, right? If you're paying for 1 month, then you can see it's expensive. It's $27.81. Yeah, definitely cheaper than this one. 16 GB, it's more cheaper, but you have to pay it first. And yeah, in here I think Hainsner giving more traffic, like more bandwidth, more SSD at the same time. So yeah, Hostinger is cheaper, but Hainsner, it's like famous. It's good for like dedicated server and this type of things. So yeah, it's definitely up to you. I'm not going to say anything. You can still check it out, the deployment guide in the video description box. Just click there, you'll get a step-by-step deployment guide. So that's it. I hope you enjoyed this series. If you have any question, feel free to ask me in the comment section. I would love to hear it, because this is a real SaaS and I want you to try it out. I want you to find out bugs inside the production one, and just let me know. I'll definitely fix that, because I'm really grateful for this long journey. This SaaS, it was not a small one. To be honest, I'm working in this SaaS like for more than last 1 year, which is a long time. And why 1 year? Because when I started working in this SaaS, I did a lot of mistake that time. I didn't follow that proper event-driven architecture, which is very important for our monitoring tool SaaS. Given the scale, or like the amount of requests we're going to process, we must need to follow strictly on event-driven architecture. So that's it. It was really a great journey, and I hope you enjoyed it. And again, if you have any question or any suggestion, feel free to let me know in the comment section. See you in the next series. Till then, take care and bye-bye.